What is going on, everybody? Bearded Bricks here again with another weekly live stream. This week's going to be a little different. I'll be bouncing off the walls, kind of building a little bit of everything, going back and forth, doing some things. Got to try to clean this up a little bit. It'll just be me tonight. I've got a lot of Lego everywhere, and I'm going to try to consolidate it a little bit. We'll be building some on the city, as you can see. This is one of the next buildings that will be going in. Kind of want to show y'all how I do that. What's going on, Legion? How you been, man? Everything going good your way? This week's going to be a little bit weird. Slide this out of the way. This will be, I guess, the next big building in the city. If you watch the weekly videos, I keep talking about how I'm going to continue to keep moving on down the line and getting rid of some of these pieces that I have, so it doesn't just look like I have pieces everywhere. So one of the things I decided to do was start building the Daily Bugle. So this is most of the Daily Bugle. I'm getting a lot of Instagram notifications all of a sudden. But this will be the Daily Bugle. This will be interiored. I have to, I guess, get through and find out what I'm going to do. The first floor, this will all be one floor. Then after that, the floors will be much separate. I do still need to build an elevator in between it. I would love to say that the elevator would work and go up and down the floors, but I'm not going to try to knock that out. It will be consistent, and it will be nice because it'll add additional support on the inside, but it will not be functional. There is, well, I've built the Fisk Industries, and there is an elevator inside of it. The doors are functional, but the elevator itself is not. I figure with all the stuff going on, you wouldn't notice the inside of most of this stuff anyway. One thing I'm not sure of is I don't know if I want to do a scene at this Daily Bugle or not. Like, do I want to blow out one of these walls? Do I want to kind of cause some destruction in this building, or do I just want this to be another massive building? There is destruction going on at the Empire, and there is destruction going on at Stark Tower, just a little bit. Of course, the church Venom's ripping apart, so I might do that. Not sure how I really feel about that yet. You glad to be back home, Legion? Back from the hot-ass Texas. Now you're back to North Carolina, where it's 2 days after, or 5 days after Christmas, and 75 degrees outside. I don't think I can suspend the Chinook like that. That Chinook's pretty heavy. I did think about throwing one of the tanks going down the road, though. This thing's already taken up almost, I want to say, damn near 1,500 pieces, maybe. What's going on, Gene? Is it warmer here in North Carolina than it was in Texas? If so, that's kind of strange. Very, very strange. What's going on, Flamin'? How's it going? It kind of feels good to be emptying all this stuff out. lets me know that I can definitely see the progress coming to an end. I know I'll be much happier when I have even less pieces. How's that going, Flamin'? I don't think I've ever actually made a carrot cake. I've made other kinds of cake, but I've never made a carrot cake. Does it really feel the exact same? That's kind of a big letdown, I guess. I figured it would be nicer in Texas. Has Legion, have you watched the Mandalorian? I mean, not the Mandalorian. The Book of Boba Fett yet? Or what about you, Flamin'? Thought that was going to be like the next big thing that was hitting. And I didn't really think that that crazy about it. How do you not know where the Schnook is? That thing's huge. Legion, it's really impossible to kind of spoil that. There wasn't anything too crazy. I was actually disappointed in it. So the front of the building is actually facing y'all. And then this will be a floor. And then this will be a floor. Need to come in with all of these pieces. I don't know if I like the way that looks or if I should just shorten the top of this. Well, I only have one Green Goblin, and that scene is the one that's taking place at the Empire. I'm sure with the new Spider-Man movie, there'll be more figs out, but I only have that one. Man, that's not going to look right if I do that. So if I come in with all of these... and add this. That looks a lot better. The only thing that's going to be in the city as far as aircraft is the Benatar. I found a way to not really suspend the Benatar, but kind of make it look like it's abducting someone. other than that, everything is just going to be normal cars. Inventory day. I'm surprised y'all have inventory after me being over there. I know I still need a bunch more pieces. But most of it is going to be for the city. Going to end up needing 4 1s-by-1s, but I don't believe I have those. I believe I am to the point where I'm almost out of my tan. Mark will not be here. Mark is, as far as I know, at home resting. Taking a break. He's had kind of a very eventful weekend, I guess you could say. So we can knock 1 and 2 out. Now I need 2 more. I literally have a massive box of Lego that as I keep taking the buildings apart and redoing them, some of the pieces that get used and don't really need to be replaced get put in there. And instead of going through and sorting it all out, I have just been taking, I guess you could say, and throwing them in a big bin. The big bin, I don't know if I want to sort it. I kind of like being able just to go through it whenever and pulling pieces out of it that I know I need. I think this is going to end up looking nice. I'm not sure, though, the one question, I guess, to be answered is, should I make this modular? If so, I'll have to get a couple more pieces to add for the tiles. But overall, I think that looks good. The next floor will go in quite a bit. But I do not have enough pieces to do that. When I went to the Lego store and got all of these dark bluish gray door frames, I bought all that they had. And I'm down to, it looks like, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 10 of them. So I will definitely have to do something to get more of those. But I'll probably need another. I don't know if I want to make this as big as Empire. I think I want to go up a couple more stories, though, at least 3. And there's 10 on 20 on a floor. So I'll probably maybe need another 100. I wonder if there's a Bricklink store that has 100 of these that's not crazily expensive. But I'll also need the windows too, because I only have 3 windows left. Let's see what we can find. Normally what happens is the people who have the door frames do not have the panels that go inside of them. For some reason, I never understood how that really works, but select color, dark bluish gray. Highest quantity. And search. That's going to come up as a crazy number. Wonder why. I know why, but I hate the fact that they have all these options. 4289. There we go. That's more like it. Highest quantity, seller location, America. Hey, Bill, what's going on? Hope everything is going good your way. So here's someone that has them for 26 cents. They have 500 of them. 26 and 152. 76. 24 cents and they have 72. Let's see. So if I want to do I would need 50. And then I'm going to guess, just to take a shot in the dark. Oh, dang. This guy's got the window panels. And the windows. Let's go ahead and purchase these while I can. Place the order. Yeah, I'm glad all y'all got like no school and no work and no nothing else while I'm over here working every day and slaving away. It's been pretty crazy at work. They keep letting, or not letting, but people are having to leave because of COVID, and we keep getting shorter and shorter staffed. As a joke for this thing, should I put on the outside of it a fire escape? I guess if the building will be sitting in the city with the doors pointed this way. Let's see. I can pop this off. Pop this off. I know these sides are really wobbly. Wonder. I'll put the fire escape. It would have to be over here, but I think that would ruin the way the building looks because it's so big. It's kind of a skyscraper type thing. It doesn't really need windows. I mean, not windows, a fire escape. I have so many random bricks that are just thrown into this box. I will have to take a bunch of these 1x2s and place them around the outside of that, though, so it sits flush. This one, what I can go ahead and do is attach these. Makes it a little more sturdier. But this is going to be kind of the idea of how it looks. It will continue to go up. The next floor after those will come in smaller, but it's going to be shaped weird. I can't have it shaped exactly like the Empire because it's not the Empire. And I'm trying to make this as close to the comic books as I can. Right now, it's just a box. The cool sorting tray is what I figured I would dump it into. But I do have a really cool sorting tray. That I do have, Gene. It's crazy. You should like look into making them or something. You know, I'm sure y'all could use them if you did type situation. It'd probably fit real good if you design them and they sat right inside of your dryer area. But right now they are just in a box. I thought about dumping them in the sorting tray. I just haven't made that move yet. I mean, that was a very good idea. Y'all definitely hit that one on the head. I don't think y'all could have done that better. I know that it's all your idea. Gene really had nothing to do with it, Tori. Don't worry. He's just a pawn in your game of chess. See, I get so many pieces thrown in here like these tiles, and these tiles are what I'm going to need to do all this. I know a sorting tray to fit the drying rack is, man, that would be like an ingenious idea. Y'all are just going to make y'all's little assortment to be ready to be sold. Make millions off of it and disappear from the world. I'm finding a ton of these tan pieces that are going to be useful when this goes up to the next floor. But the problem is when this goes up to the next floor, the base plates are going to be the issue. Not the bricks. I'm getting lucky on finding this stuff. What we need to do is have another field day at y'all's Lego store. Because I probably only need another 10,000 bricks to finish the city, maybe. Found another one. I do need to pull Aunt May's apartment down here and go ahead and destroy the side of it too. That will be another scene going on. I guess the next level will be the same height. Let's see, 4, 8, 11. So I'm missing 9 to do another 12. The floor goes in. Be a little less. What I could end up doing is making it to where might work. Hold on. I get the stack of these and do 2 wide. Make that the next floor. That could work, but it needs to go in. So I would need a 14 by 16. And I know those do not really exist. I have 2 of these. And I would need a that might work. That might work. I would just have to kind of create, I guess you could say. So all I would need is 2 2x2s, and that would be complete. Which I know are probably on here somewhere. This is the thing I built to hold up the Sentinel, but I'm not going to use it. The Sentinel I'm going to use, just not this stand. It doesn't really do it too well. It doesn't hold it like I wish it would. And boom. So another one would be done. Legion, have you gotten any, did you get any Brickmania sets for Christmas or anything? Or how was your Christmas? So now, what did you end up getting? Anything cool? Ah, God, I hate when I drop Lego pieces. What is going on, Doc? Yes, Doc. Every Thursday at 7:30, Eastern time, PM. How'd everything go your way for Christmas, Doc? Doc, if you would like an invite in, let me know and I can send you one. I've got a Hive and Chef at some point, I believe. Still don't think I'm going to have enough windows to do this, but I might. You have the Thor apartment? The Thor apartment was pretty cool. I enjoyed building that one. Yes, sir, Mr. Doc. 7:30 Eastern Time. What was your Christmas lesson? I did not see that. I guess the last time I talked to you was Livestream Sunday. Or, yeah, I guess it had to be that. Because that late night stream we all did was Friday. Or Thursday night, Friday night. One of them. Can't keep up. It all runs together. So I might actually have enough windows for this. But what is going to suck is how I'm going to have to hold these base plates together. Or these plates down at the bottom. Because they're not going to match up correctly. Or at all for that point. Like this one is totally out. Could go too thick. But I'm not sure how I like that. I do agree with the Neek and Morris. I don't understand why it was just like a head put with some, I think they were rose petal pieces or tiger's asses, whatever you want to call them. The tiger anus. Because everybody needs a good tiger anus. I also didn't like the Thor apartment set is not bad. I know that it could have, I don't even know why I call it apartment, but the Thor set, it could have been better. But I feel like it was weird, I guess, to give the Fat Thor a set. I know that was a very beloved character. What's going on, Ingrid? I mean, I guess that it could have been worse. It could have went to something else. I have a feeling that if I don't double stack this, something is going to happen and not sit properly. But I'm not really sure how to do that with the space that is given. What's going on, Hive? See, if I double that up, whenever I take it off, it's not going to sit right. And I guess that don't really matter, but the problem is this. I'll pop this off. Take this off. Go this way. I can line the inside of this, maybe. Just maybe. That might work. And if it doesn't work, I'm not really sure what to do right now. Let's get another one of these. And I would still have to outline the top of it, which might be the last part of the support that I need. What's going on, all brick count? How's everything going? Are you building the Ingrid, are you building the mosaic? What is going on, David? Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. It's not yet the last day of 2021, but it is definitely getting there. This year flew by. We played no games. I'm almost to the point where I'm going to have to break into the secret stash box that I got Saturday from Gene and Tori and complete this floor. Is everybody out there making a New Year's resolution? Everybody's New Year's resolution just to buy more Lego. What's one set of 2021 that most people missed out on that y'all wish you would have got? Still can't believe I didn't get the Titanic or the AT-AT. I guess it really shows that I put other things in priority. Instead of getting that, I spent the money on Brickmania kits, which either way, I have a feeling I could have always gotten either or. If you're not going to buy any more Lego, Gene, then it's going to be hard to do business with y'all. So that holds together a little better. It's actually a lot better. I'll still need to complete the top of this, though, which I'll need more window panels. I'm still not quite sure how the front of this is going to work out. Ingrid said, I didn't buy much Lego this past year, not until now. Legion said the police station. Legion, you can't pay attention to what Gene and Tori say about buying Lego. They'll tell you that their inventory in the store and then call you and show you a picture of the back of their car where they've bought another Bricklink store. They're sneaky. That's pretty cool. I enjoyed the police station a lot. That was a fun little build. The mosaics, I'm on the edge about still. I did buy the Mickey Mouse mosaic for my wife. But other than that, the mosaics don't really, I guess, do it for me. I wish that maybe if they came out with something a little different, maybe. Like I know that the Star Wars one's out there. The Sith are really cool. The Andy Warhol one looks pretty fun, but it's still not something that I think that I would invest in personally. So at the end of the day, I'm going to need 4 more windows to complete this, well, door frames to complete this scene. Or this, not scene, but floor. And I know I don't have them here. Because I am out. Take that back. I might have a couple. And apparently by a couple, I literally meant 2. Need 1 more. I don't think I have a building I can sacrifice off 1. Yeah, I'm really jealous of that Ghostbusters. I just need to break down and buy the set. I really wish that guy at that mall wouldn't have been so difficult. I would have bought that, but he was definitely a strange character. So this right here definitely sturdied this thing up quite a bit. And it got a bunch of pieces out of my random box I got back here. Can't believe this one door frame that I don't have is going to stop me from finishing this level, this flow. Got to have one door frame somewhere. I like the Batman mask. My favorite out of all the masks we built and the helmets, the Darth Vader one and the pilot were definitely probably one of the neatest builds, but I still like the Carnage and the Venom the best. I might be a little biased towards that just because of who they are, but I thought those builds were... I mean, I know you basically build a 360-degree box you build onto, but I do like them a little better. Mark is at his house tonight. He is resting from a stressful weekend, doing whatever he is doing. But the show must go on. Man, Gene, I'm going to have to break in this box I got over here. I was really not wanting to. I was kind of hoping I could find more pieces outside. Every time I shuffle this box around, I find a couple, but not enough. What's going on, Ryan? How are you doing tonight, my man? I'm going to have to do it. Every time I say that, I find like 3 or 4 more, but they're all small, nothing big. But it is still enough to keep it going, I guess. Go ahead and put all this up. I know I won't find enough in there, but it's nice to find at least a good start. Then I'll move on to the box. Legion, where are you at? Yeah, Marcus kicked off until his beard grows back. All right, Legion, you see this? See these baggies? I have the Warhawk, the Pike, the Panzer, the German Firefly, the Sherman T-34, a Sherman Crab, normal Sherman, another Stuka, Sherman Oddball, and the Bulldozer. All Brickmania kits that are patiently waiting for more parts. I don't know if I could call it beardless bricks. I can't build the Panzer right now, Ryan. I'm waiting on the next order to come in. And as soon as that gets here, I might do the Panzer first. I might kind of put it in the middle because I do have like 5 different Sherman tanks. I think 5 different ones and then a normal. And I might throw them in the middle to kind of break up the similarities. I don't know about that, Legion. We'll have to do some discussing about that. Haley might tell you to keep it all. Haley would probably tell you just to come in, take what you want. I'll never miss it type thing, but I know everything that's down here and exactly where it should be. I believe. Might be wrong. Probably am. Thought I grabbed one, but apparently I did not. Need 2 more tan 1x1s. Legion, letting you permanently borrow that stuff is a little scary. Not sure that's a good idea on my part. I believe that some people would say that would be a dumb idea. Maybe most people would say that. Yes, Ryan, I will, but I'm going to get the city done first. I'm going to a convention in April, I believe. And at the convention, the city will be shown. And I have promised it would be done by then. So I'm trying to keep the ball rolling on it. And keep my promises. Legion is like death threatening people who mention a World War II mock until I finish the city, by the way. But as you can see, just like right now, it is continuing to be built piece by piece. The only bad thing is the pieces that I need for most of these builds, like all these tiles for the Brickmania builds, I really could be using in the city. That's probably what I need to do since I made that order for all of the windows. I probably should see his tiles and clear him out of those as well. I just hate buying tiles. Tiles are so expensive. Let's see. He don't have that many. He has 45 of these 2x2 dark blue tiles, and I thought about doing a floor of this in there. Get those. Get those. He has 20 of those 2x6 tiles. All right, where's light bluish gray? Dang. He just does not have enough. Not too sure if that's worth getting. I'll probably hold out on that order. From your house? Yeah, me and Gene have been. So here's the thing, Ryan, about the World War II mock. So I thought about doing a like a real city or like a real event that had happened. But the problem I have with that is when you do stuff like that, so many people try to critique it and they want to say that this isn't right and this isn't right and this isn't right. And I kind of understand that, but I also at the same time don't want that. I want there to be a, I guess a more paid attention to the build than criticizing what it's supposed to look like because it was like this in real life. So then I started, I got online and playing Xbox one night and was playing Call of Duty. And there's a level on the new Call of Duty, which I really, really like the layout of it. And I was talking to Gene about maybe making it the level, or not the level, but the building that I do, and incorporating that in the mock. The problem with that is, well, there's a couple problems with that. It's hard to scale when it comes to that. Just because minifigure size, I guess. I started to build it, which looked really good on Studio, and I liked the layout of it. But then when you put a minifigure next to it, the building, like the window of it, the building was just way too big. So I had to try to scale it down. And then I sent Gene. Gene is coming up with a grid to see how possible it would be to lay out everything, and I guess see how big it would be if I did it more minifig scale. If it's something just crazily big that I'm not going to be able to do, I'm just not going to be able to do it. Gene, does that mean you're getting a milkshake? Ingrid, this building will have an interior. I'm just trying to design the outside of it first. And I thought about that. My only problem with that, Ryan, is I really don't want to mess with anything water right now. If I do something water, I would like for it to be kind of a, I guess you could say, an easier build. And with that being said, one of the reasons why it's not going to be easy, believe me, it's not going to be easy at all. But one of the reasons why this mock for the World War II is going to go a lot easier is I'm going to have all the pieces from the city. So the city will be taken apart and put into the mock. I don't have the pieces for water to do that. And I really don't want to, like, I'm already going to have to buy a bunch of pieces anyway. I don't want to have to go back and buy that many pieces just to do a water scene. What I did think about doing was creating a French town and kind of like the Germans invading it and make up all the buildings myself, and then kind of show like America showing up to, I guess, back the Germans down. And that is still probably the best idea that I have. I feel like that would work the best. It wouldn't be critiqued as much. Nobody could say, hey, that landmark actually looks like this, or hey, that's supposed to be like this, because of course I would be making it all up in my head. I know that I thought about doing it for the city. I'm just not really sure how. One of the things that I've noticed is I believe the city needs more signs. They have the one came with the Daily Bugle. But other than that, the only other time I've seen them is on the UCS sets where you have that big plate that you put the sticker on. I think I might end up buying some of those and printing out kind of like billboard areas and seeing how that looks, just to kind of add a little more visual aspect to the city. Because when you walk up to this thing, you're really not going to see, I don't think you're going to see it for what it's worth, because none of the buildings will be open. I'm hoping that you can. Like, don't get me wrong. I wish that people, or I hope that people are going to see this thing and just absolutely love it. It's going to be hard to express that it's a Marvel city. That's why I'm trying to take, before I was going to have a lot of Marvel figures and buildings and stuff like that, and I'm trying to make it a little more, I guess, open to where you can see Marvel on the outside as much as you can the inside. So yeah, that'll work. I'll just continue building this up another, let's say, 2 stories. So it'll probably be up to here. And then this building will be done. And then I'll just have to go back in and add stuff like the elevator and stuff like that. The elevator, I'm not really sure what color to make it out of. I kind of wanted to do a different color that's on the outside, maybe like a light bluish gray. I wonder. In the back of Gene's truck, actually, Ryan. So, like when it comes to the city, this right here is all the bulk brick I really have left. I have a lot of teal because all that's really in here is 1x4s, and it's kind of hard to build something with just 1x4s. I've got a ton of black plates that I like really bought too many of. I got a bunch of medium nougats, some dark orange, and some light blues. Tell you what I could do is take this dark orange and this light blue and combine the two colors. And then use these as the elevator doors. I hope that nothing gets broke when I bring this to a convention. I have a feeling there's going to be a very bumpy ride involved. I'm hoping that nothing gets too destroyed. Mostly all these buildings will come apart, so they're not extremely tall or like just completely too hard to carry. Other than that, I really have no idea. I just hope that it all goes well. But if it does break, I guess I could always blame it on Gene, since he'll be the one driving. I mean, it's always good to blame somebody else, correct? Even if it is your fault, you still want to be able to blame somebody. That way you don't look like you're at fault for it. And if you blame somebody else, throw the blame on somebody else, and you can show that it's not your fault. That's also good for personal moral, I believe. Or not moral, but morale. So I'm not too sure how I like this color combo. But something like that is what I'm thinking for the elevator. Now, the back of it would be open. I would like for it kind of to go up against the glass and you see up against the glass. It would fit perfectly and you have a visual. I could put it in the back. I would have to, I guess, continue this all the way up. And at the end of the day, this would add additional to support to the next floor also, which would be majorly helpful. And just like that, the idea is born. Guess I can keep going with this until I run out of brick at least. I don't know what'll come first, me run out of brick or me get all the way up this thing. I think I gotta have it 19 high. We're at 11 now, so 12, that's 13. Might be able to do that with these. Keep this pattern going at least. Get most of the way there. What y'all think? Good elevator? The other thing would be the wall in the middle. But what I could do for that is, let's see. I think I have a bunch of these 1x2x5s. Then I could let's see. And of course, these would help with additional support. So when I come around this time, right here in the middle, could do is go out 4 and 2 here, 4 here, 2 there, and that be some of that support to hold up the weight of the building. Which is going to benefit greatly. Because if I decide to put an interior on this, an interior of 5 floors is going to be sitting on top. It should be 19. right there. Now coming behind here. And there. And of course, I want it in directly on the back of the building. Just like that. Then take this. And just like that, another idea is born. So then the next level would be this. So this is on top of here. So one end to one end. What's going on?
What's happening?
What you up to?
Actually, nothing. I just got on Instagram and I seen your message. I'm like, I'll jump on for a minute. As soon as I did, I got a phone call. I'm like, oh, give me 5 minutes.
That's usually how it happens, right?
Always.
How you been, man?
Not too bad.
Did you have a
What
good
are you
Christmas?
building on?
So I decided in the city to add I had a plan to begin with to add a Daily Bugle. And I was kind of skeptical on how to do it. I didn't know if I should just buy another Daily Bugle and kind of modify it to how I wanted it, or if I should just build my own. And the more and more I looked at it, the more and more I realized that I didn't really care for the shape of the one from Lego.
That's what's throwing me off on it too. I haven't purchased it yet, just for that reason.
And I don't like that it's gray. In the comics, it was always tan.
Yeah.
So
you can't get it right all the time.
I built my own.
Best way to do it.
And right now I'm really just trying to burn through pieces. I'm to a point where I have so many pieces that I'm kind of not sure what to do.
Nice.
So I'm trying to burn through what I have. Well, take that back. I'm sure of what to do, but I'm trying to burn through what I have. That way, when I order, I ordered so many pieces to begin with that I really just did not need. So now I'm trying to burn through what I have. That way, when it comes time to order more, it'll be pieces that I actually need and not just ordering a bunch more to order a bunch more.
Well, Gene will probably want you to order a bunch more. Hi, Gene. Hey, Legion.
I actually spent about 5 hours at Gene's Saturday picking up parts for, I think, 9 or 10 more Brickmania builds.
Nice.
So I'll have one of the reasons why I wanted to do that is I wanted to go ahead and get it to where the majority of the orders are paid, like the majority of the orders are made already. So the next couple pieces that I need, what I'll be doing is ordering from random stores that have this stuff. And when I order from them, it'll actually give me the opportunity to also see what they have for the city.
Nice. I think I just got mine in today from Stud City.
What'd you get?
A bunch of pieces for Brickmania builds.
Did you have you finished the mushroom yet?
No, I haven't even started.
Really?
Yes, what the day I was gonna start. I got too many emergency calls. I shifted it to the side, and that's where it's at. I still need a few more pieces, but I think I'm just gonna go get one of them creator box for the center fill-in pieces. And just kind of try to patch it together without having to make an order.
He's the guy who does those bricker builds. He's actually a really cool guy. I talked to him a lot over the past year and a half, maybe.
Nice.
And
I got to meet him there at Brick Fair, and that was about it.
Yeah, I honestly forgot who he was, and then it hit me halfway through talking to him. I was like, oh wait. And the one set that he had, I'm not gonna say the one because there's a couple of them, but the one thing he has that I really want to do is probably the most expensive thing, and that's that Spider-Man bust. The old one, not the new one, the big one.
The big one?
Yeah, I really like that thing.
Yeah, the shoulder mount one's pretty cool. I'd like to do that one, but that's a lot of pieces.
Yeah, I think he put up there that it costs around $1,000 to do, and I don't really know about that right now. I'm going to that convention in April, and I've promised the city would go, so I've got to, I guess, buckle.
Where's that
at? You know where Columbia, South Carolina is?
Yes.
It's 20 minutes closer to us than that.
Okay.
It's
I need some information. I'll show up.
I forgot the name of the town, but the lug that I joined, one of the guys in there is actually putting the show on. He done some work from somebody or for somebody, I think, that owns the venue or something like that. And kind of, they're just letting him have the venue.
Nice.
And he's in charge of it all, setting it up. So I promised that this would go.
That it'd make its way there. Good deal.
I really like the way that this is looking. The next half of this will, I guess, make its way, and I don't know if I should continue.
We got little desks in there for the offices.
I haven't put any interior in it yet. I was going to what I'm thinking of, and I don't really know how to show it on here, but what I want is the both the doors are in the front. When you open it up, I want to kind of have it to where almost like the Lego one is set up, but I don't want it to be off to the side. I want it to be a big front desk, and then the front desk have kind of two pathways. One pathway I want to have to where it's just like a lounge area where you have to sit and wait to be seen, or however all that goes.
Right.
The second path, I was going to put little offices down the hallway. Then the elevator in the back. You go up the elevator. The second and the second, third floor on here, I'm not really sure what I want to do with. I think the one of them I'm going to have to where it's just nothing but like a bunch of copier, like almost like a print and press type thing. One of them I thought about making it like a big, not a conversation room, but like a
conference room.
Yeah, like a big conference room type thing.
Yeah.
And then the top floor will be Jameson's office, of course. And then this size right here, I can pull it back in the picture and show. So this right here would be the main floor. Then you have like conference room and then printing press, or vice versa. And then this little floor will go up probably 2 more stories, and that top one will be Jameson's office. I thought about one of the floors I might just put in a bunch of computers and a bunch of phones and have it like a cubicle area kind of set up. One of the things that I was kind of hoping for was that they would make that set. You know how everybody keeps pushing to get the office set made?
Yeah.
I really wish they would do that, because that would just be a bunch of cubicles and I can literally just buy that set and pretty much make my own little setup in there. I don't want to have to buy too many, I guess, crazy things.
I've been trying not to buy anything.
Well, that's what I was saying. I've got so many pieces that I shouldn't have bought. Like, I even told Hive on his Hive stream, the last one I was on, he was talking about how he's going to be doing the city and adding some things like a beach scene. I think that's what he said. He's going to redo the beach scene.
Nice.
I have so many 2x10 like plates on all these different sizes that I bought whenever we were doing the pirate mock for Lego Masters, and I don't need them anymore. And if he needs them, or if you need them, I am very open to make a deal or whatever. I just don't need them.
What color are they?
They're tan.
Yep. I'll probably call you. I'm gonna start that.
I have anywhere from like 2x10s to 2x12s to 2x2s. I mean, I've got a little bit of everything.
Nice. Yeah, I got some more space now. I'm gonna start setting up back up my city.
The one thing that kind of made me really happy about this city is, I had a talk with somebody I work with the other day about it. They keep asking me how I keep coming up with these ideas, and I can't not say that when you look at certain people's mocks or something like it makes you want to do your own, and it kind of makes you like want to do this because it does. You kind of you're not forced to copy people, but you see enough of it, you're gonna get their ideas. And I'm really glad that a lot of people's cities, when you go and see them or they show up at a convention, it's just the modular buildings they put together, which is still cool. But
yes,
I'm glad that this is 100%. Now, I can't really say it's not I mean, it's full 100%. I do have a kind of a stolen brick bank, and I have kind of a stolen palace. But it is built a little different.
Those two go for quite the dollar now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, mine's not the exact same, but you can definitely tell that I took the design idea a little bit.
Nice. Are you picking up the new modular on the first?
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. So as you know, man, I haven't bought an actual Lego set in I don't know how long.
I haven't either.
When Black Friday came around, I got the Mickey and Minnie mosaics for my wife, and we started working on one of those, and it just kind of made me realize in general of why I didn't like the mosaics to begin with. But I don't know if I want to go and get the modular. I have the police station and I have the corner garage.
Those are two good ones.
I'm thinking about it just because I haven't bought a set in a long time. It would be like a pretty cool little, I guess add-on. It wouldn't be something I would put in the city. It would be something that I would keep separate. But I want to see how it looks on the actual box and stuff when it's actually released. As far as I know, it seems really small. Like there's a lot of pieces, but the build itself seems small.
That's what it looked like. It's smaller than the rest. Now I did like the what is that? The bookstore, the bookshop, Birch Books. That build was nice too.
I do not have that one yet. I thought about trying to get them all, but those modulars, once they retire, they like skyrocket. Like,
yes.
I mean, to a crazy amount.
I've passed up on a couple, and now I'm kicking myself in the rear end because I didn't grab them. Now I want them, and they're double the price.
Gene, I could buy the modular for Tori, but what would happen in that is I would need a trade. Maybe I buy the modular for Tori, and I get a hour in the Lego store by myself without y'all looking. Hey, babe, how are you doing? Haley came along. I would trade that though. What is the modular, like $200?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that. $200 for an hour left alone in their Lego store.
That's worth it.
What was that show back in the day where they would? I think like once you got to a certain level of the game show, they would let you run through the store with like an empty shopping cart, and whatever you could fill the shopping cart up with, you got to keep.
Yeah.
I just do that. I just start dumping bins.
I need these parts.
Oh, you can always make an excuse of why you need everything.
Oh, yeah. The minifig table, I just dumped that right in the cart, too.
I actually don't want the minifig table. As crazy as that sounds, I am to the point, and it sounds weird saying, but I have so many minifigs I don't know what to do with.
And you know what? I'm at that point, but I still seem to buy them.
I went to Walmart, and they sell the really high, I'm not going to say expensive, but the nice Flambeau tackle boxes. And I bought those and stuck minifigures in each one of the slots, all for the city. That way, when it goes to transport it, they're not just rolling around everywhere. They're in, because some of those minifigs were very expensive because they're custom, and they have all those accessories, and I didn't just want it rolling around everywhere. So I did that. But now I've started ordering these Brickmania figs, and I'm not really sure Where to put them?
I've got them all in a glass case right now.
Well, see, I still have. Gene came over here about 2 weeks ago, and we redid the back wall behind me. And then there's still some stuff I've got to clean up. What I need to do is go buy IKEA and buy some more shelves like we got behind me.
Yeah.
And put them along the wall in front of me, because on the wall in front of me is literally nothing whatsoever but a TV. I could put the TV on top. I guess it would fit on there. And then maybe do something along the lines of putting shelves throughout the bottom of it and setting the minifigs up over there.
Matter of fact, I'll show you. I just started putting these in here. I've been trying to figure out things to do with them also.
See, Gene and Tori are talking about locking one of the doors now, and it'd only be worth it for me. See, they've got right out of the me trying to help them part. Now they're all into me just helping myself. You're forgetting that I'm buying the modular, is all I'm saying. That's got to be worth something.
Oh, need light. See, I just got them in a box for now. There's some of them.
So something like that could work. Is that just like a 1/24th scale model car box?
Pretty much. Lego put them out back in the day. And it's just got... And I have some scattered around my city. These are the ones that were just laying in boxes yet.
That might not be a bad idea, because you could fit the minifigure collections in one and stack them on top of each other.
Yeah.
Like the collectible minifigs.
Yep.
Because the only sets that I'm going to be buying when it comes to those minifig sets are the ones... like I bought the Looney Tunes, I bought the Harry Potter, and I've got the Marvel. I'm not buying the normal ones. But I have started buying, like I bought a German soldier from Brickmania, and I've got Rosie the Riveter, Doris Miller, and a World War II Navy pilot.
Okay.
So it might be a good idea to put them in a box by themselves.
Yeah. I picked up Lady Death. Few Marines, couple rifle army men, Rosie the Riveter.
I had to wait for Rosie the Riveter. I missed her the first go round.
See, what I did was they ran out of them at the table at Brick Fair. I hurry up and ran over to the store, and there was one left on the wall.
I didn't even think about that. You know, I didn't even go in the store while we were up there.
Oh, you should have.
I know, but I was too infatuated with what was going on.
Yeah, but I walk by it every day to go to the hotel, though. So I think Brickmania got 65% of my money that I spent while I was there.
I need to. I mean, now that I know how it is, next year will definitely be different. I will say that.
I think the last day I was there, I picked this one up. I still haven't put it together yet. See if I can get it on the screen. The messenger bike with minifigure. I picked that up the last day I was there.
So I was showing Legion a second ago when I went over to Gene's Sunday. So this is the Sherman Bulldozer, the Sherman Oddball, another Stuka, the regular Sherman, the Sherman Crab, Firefly, the T-34, Pike, the Panzer, and the Warhawk.
Nice.
So all those are.
I didn't hear an A10 in there.
Oh, what?
An A10.
No, I've got. Well, I've still got maybe I'm going to say 10, 15 sets that I haven't bought yet. But I wanted to go ahead and get what I was going to get from that and focus on the city. So I went ahead and bought what was going to be done for the weekly builds.
Gotcha.
All that will be added in, I guess, later. And I'm going to have to, that isn't all the pieces for all of them. I'm still going to have to put some orders in.
Yeah, I've been slowly doing it. A little here, a little there.
I've got to do something I've been putting off for a little while, but I think I'm going to have to get it down and start. I'm going to have to rebuild not rebuild. I'm going to have to redo the bottom portion of the Empire State Building.
Remaster it.
Well, how I redone all the other buildings, it doesn't sit with the flow of everything the same. I only have to redo the bottom portion. Let me see if I can take this apart and just bring the bottom over there.
Don't break anything.
Oh, I won't. Or I'll try not to, at least. Oh, yeah, that worked perfect. So pretty much I have to not expand, well, a little bit of expand this, but keep the shape of that. So get a blank base plate. Now, I've been buying these base plates like crazy, and I don't even know if I should, but I have been.
You never go wrong with a base plate.
Well, I heard somewhere that they were getting rid of them and they weren't going to do the 48s by 48s anymore. And I don't know how true that is.
They said that when they got rid of the tan.
Uh-huh.
The tan left, but I still see the 48s by 48s around.
Well, I've definitely been buying a bunch of them. I don't need to. I don't need any more. What I've been doing with the city is, I guess, covered. I don't need any more for the city. That makes sense.
Yes.
I mean, I guess you can always use more. You can never go wrong.
You can never go wrong. My wife asked me over the holidays how much Lego I really need. I told her there's never enough.
Loaded question.
Never enough.
That's when you get an emergency phone call.
No, I get enough of those without having to act like it.
I can't believe you're still doing the job then. That would get annoying after a while.
All I gotta say is it's good pay or I wouldn't do it.
Well, that's true.
I worked 15 minutes on Christmas and I got triple pay.
That's nice.
And it was, I get paid, like even if I work 15 minutes, it takes me 15 minutes on a job, I'm paid for the hour. So
is all vacation like that, or is that all the time?
I get double pay for any on-call time. So, and then since I was on vacation, I think she bumped it up to 2 hours instead of 1 hour.
Well, that's nice.
I really didn't get a vacation when you're still on call.
No, not at all. We're slightly like that. Our manager likes to call us when we're on vacation and ask us questions that we would never know the answer to because we're not there.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm going to try to take this apart and lay it.
And like I said, the company I work for is pretty good. Like I sat home today for 3 or 4 hours and got paid for it.
Now that's what I need. Man, I really don't know how to take this apart without just like crushing it.
Don't break it. I did start my own little diorama there. I ordered some parts for that last night. I'm gonna make a bar scene.
I created a bar, and it's a smaller bar. It's show you a picture of it later, but it's pretty much you walk in. There's a bar straight in the back, and I haven't built it yet, but I've got the parts to put a pool table in the front of it.
Nice.
And I was trying to think of what I should do inside of it.
That's where I'm at right now. I got a few designs going. I ordered some pieces. I figure I better quit using the Big Bang and design my own from now on.
I did think about putting the Han and Greedo scene. I know that seems to be one that everyone always likes. I'm really going to dread taking this apart. I have a feeling I'll never be able to get this back together like it was.
No, probably not.
Let me take a picture of the top of this before I continue. The Stark Tower I'm going to have to do too, and the church, but those won't be that hard. The Stark Tower is pretty easy because the whole top portion of it literally just pops right off. The church is all built solid. It is not modular, so it will not be that easy.
Yeah, that church looks pretty solid.
Like that right there is the center chunk of this to hold it up.
Are you using the whole 48 by 48?
Not for the building. So it'll sit in some, like every building on the street is a it looks pretty much like this. You have a white tile for the road going off onto the sidewalk, and then it's two 2x4s, and then a 1x2. So you have 10 off of the road for sidewalk. On the bigger buildings, I've been dropping it a little smaller.
Nice.
The problem with that is this building was built even smaller than that. So this one that's what I'm trying to figure out, because it's not built in the center of the base plate like it's going to be transferred to. So it's going to be a little different. And I'm not sure how to, I guess, portray that, because these walls aren't going to pop off as easy as I thought they would. It looks like they're going to be kind of a pain in the ass.
Row by row?
Well, it's got I don't even know if you can see this, but if you look throughout the inside of it, there's a support through every window, so you can't see through the building. I can pop the entire sidewalk off. Which will help a little. And I'm wishing or hoping that I can just peel the front of this building off. But I think that I built it so sturdy to hold the weight of the top of it that it's not going to be friendly and let me do that.
Well, at least you know it's sturdy.
Yeah. Maybe a little overkill. It should have withstood a lot of weight. Because see, like this, the tan part will come off pretty easy. It's the windows that are all reinforced with everything. I guess it is just Lego. It can always be rebuilt.
Yep. I say that every time I knock a piece off the shelf. Worst so far, I think, has been Hogwarts. I knocked that off the shelf.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, did you cry?
I just shut the door and walked out till I was calmed down, and then I came back.
That's how I felt when the Destroyer fell apart for like the 4th time. I was just like, you have got to be shitting me. And since then, it's been sitting in the same box that it's been in. I know Lego is fun to put together, but you can only put the same set together so many times before you're tired of it.
Agreed.
So this building is 32 by 32.
And how big you want it?
Well, it can stay the same. I just got to figure out how to evenly space it on this.
Good luck with that.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I like having all these pieces. So it's going to sit 8 on every side off for it to work properly. And then man, this hurts.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
Nothing yet. It's just one of those things that starting it always seems to be the sucky part.
Knowing you got to redo it for the millionth time?
Well, this right here has already been done quite a bit. Or redone. This is every bit of my most redone building, I will say. And it doesn't get any more fun each time you do it.
Well, you should be a pro at it. You should be able to build that now with your eyes closed.
You would think. You would think.
Uh-oh.
I think what I'm going to end up having to do is set these windows up. And kind of redoing this whole thing. And hopefully that work out. Maybe. Like I said, the outside of this really isn't that important. It's the inside that really matters. What's going on, stud?
What's going on, stud?
The inside of this is what's got to hold the weight.
Reinforce it.
So I'm not really worried about the outside. The outside can be easily duplicated. I say that, and like I said, this will probably not go back together the same way it came apart. It's probably going to be a pain in the dick. So I don't know how well you can see this because I can't exactly zoom in without getting up. But every one of these supports all has a brick that connects them. And then the windows are made on the thumpers or the outside pieces. I'm not going to call them windows. Well, the windows of this building are all made onto thumpers, and the thumpers actually connect them to the support that's behind it. That way it will hold up the outside weight on top of the inside weight of, I guess, the weight that it carries. I don't know if any of that is making sense to you whatsoever.
It does.
But
Displacement.
And I'm not sure even how I had the idea to do this other than I guess,
trial and error.
Well, I mean, the first time it really was, I built it and then I was like, man, I could have built this so much bigger. And then I built it again and I was like, man, I could have built this so much bigger. And it just ended up being the same concept over and over and over. And eventually it got to a point where I was like on this table that I sit at, it really, if I were to have the top of the building straight and not folded over from the damage that's being caused, it would touch the ceiling. So I did kind of run out of the room to do that. Hey, Stud, if you want to join, there's a invite inside of your Instagram. Not sure how busy you are.
Busy man, busy man.
Everybody's busy.
Oh, yes. I just dropped my vape into water. Oh, you poor gaffer.
That was one of the things I'm going to, I guess, knock on wood when I say it. But I was sitting there the other day and I was listening to some coworkers talk. And it hit me. But I thought that dropping a phone in a toilet would be a much bigger problem than it's been because I've never done it. And it seems like everybody I know has done it.
Knock on some wood wherever it's at. I have not done that yet. Now I've dropped it down an ice fishing hole, but never in the toilet.
I'm assuming you didn't get that one back.
Yeah, I got it back.
Oh.
I chipped a hole bigger and stuck my arm down there.
I've never went ice fishing, actually. I've been fishing a lot, but never ice fishing.
It's real cold. Unless you do it right and get a nice warm shanty.
So as of right now, I don't want to speak too soon, but everything seems to be going back together somewhat the way it came apart. Even though I've only got a half of a side done, or a quarter of it. There's still hope.
Where's Mark tonight? I forgot to ask that.
Mark had a lot of busy weekends and stuff going on, or a busy weekend and week. And he's been off work for a little while. And when he came in today, I pretty much told him, I was like, look, I don't have anything set for tonight. I don't have enough pieces to actually build any Brickmania kit. Didn't know how to really start. I mean, I knew I was just gonna pretty much do the city, and he was saying that he's had such a rough week, he probably wasn't gonna show up. So I was like, I'll continue to do it. No matter what, I'm gonna be here. So I talked to Hive. Hive said that he might jump on, that he might be free. So I figured I would just run it through StreamYard and send some people some links, and whoever joins type thing.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked to see it when I got on Instagram. I didn't even finish looking. I just jumped on.
I was hoping at least part of, well, I'm not going to say part because I need a whole, but I was hoping I would have more of a set than I do. But when I went to Gene's house, I got like the bulk pieces, but I don't have anything just to continue, I guess, and build anything. Like if I needed 10 of them, it was like Gene had 9 of them. So there's always the opportunity of me having to wait.
I get that.
And I hate waiting on Bricklink orders.
I'm still waiting from 2 from overseas for like 4 weeks now.
What you order from overseas?
I forgot. I didn't realize not from over there when I made an order.
What'd you end up ordering?
I think it was some gray pieces. A glass piece for a cage or a cockpit, I should say. Just some odds and end things.
Man, I have a dark secret about my big first Bricklink order. So one of the things that I did for my first like Bricklink order was I looked out and scored a Death Star 2 for pretty cheap.
Really?
It was missing some pieces. I had just started the Lego channel. I hadn't done much of anything really. I don't even know if I had made a video at this point. But I knew that I was going to have to make a Bricklink order and get some pieces. Well, one of the main pieces that was missing was the radar dish. Well, at the time, there was only like, I guess I don't know how many it was, but there wasn't very many radar dishes for like the ones that came with that set. So I did a dick move and found them, and it was somewhere overseas. I'm wanting to say it was like, it might have been Europe, maybe. And
I think mine's coming from Norway, and it's been held up at customs.
Somebody had like 20 of them, and I bought every single one of them. So now these massive radar dishes that I have, I'm not really sure what to do with. I guess I can always... I've got 2 of them in the city. I do have 2 of them in the city. They're on the Stark Tower.
Nice.
Said that he got a blue milk Luke Skywalker at a good price, so he grabbed it.
Open.
What do you think we're gonna get next year for the UCS set? Do you think we're gonna get the land speeder?
Yes.
You don't think that's a hoax?
No.
I wonder how many people are going to be mad.
I think they're going to do Luke with the land speeder.
You think there's going to be like a custom Luke? Or not a custom Luke, but a better Luke than we've gotten before?
If we do, it'll be a tad bit different printing, I have a feeling. But I just noticed they did a Black Series. So I'm thinking that's going to be their trial run of it.
I noticed they did they didn't do, but the Rancor got shut down on Black Series.
Yep.
I figured that with the Book of Boba Fett and all that, I figured the hype behind that would sell itself.
I think they're waiting till it's either halfway through or the end of Boba Fett. You watch, it'll come back out.
Gene said, yeah, but Richard, put it into perspective. You still left here with about 5,000 parts. I did. I told was laughing the other day with Haley. My wife doesn't exactly understand how Bricklink and all that works. She kind of gets the idea of seeing it like firsthand at Gene's place. But we were laughing. So under Bricklink, everybody has their favorited stores and blah 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 blah. Well, Gene's my always go to first, see what they have, buy what I need type thing. My second is this guy who owns this big store up in, I'm not even sure where it's from. I think, and I'm probably wrong when I say this, but I think it's Montana. But I know for a fact it's somewhere up north. But he's who I also use when I get bigger quantity sets and stuff like that. Well, I have pretty much cleaned both of them out of like the normal pieces that Brickmania uses. So I'm not sure what I'm going to have to end up doing next.
Like I do. Scavenge and get them wherever I can on Bricklink.
I told Gene he's going to keep having to buy. He's going to have to keep buying Lego at higher quantities to keep up with the orders that I'm putting in.
You hear that, Gene? Forewarning again.
We'll have to have a sit down with Gene and be like, look, this just ain't working. You're going to have to pump those numbers up.
Instead of 500,000 parts, we want 1 million.
Yeah. You're going to have to do something to pump those numbers up.
And if you got 1 million, we need 2.
Now you're talking.
I think I got about 5,000 under my legs right now under my desk.
I do not think I don't know. I really wish that I would have went back and if I like theoretically it would be absolutely impossible to do. I would never be able to, as many times I've taken stuff apart or added stuff, I would have never been able to keep a piece count. But I wonder what's a ballpark figure of what I have in the city.
Well, I'll give you a ballpark, and well, I can't even do that either.
Like just this building right here, the Daily Bugle has 100. Let's see. Has 115 window panels or windows in it. So that's 230, including window frames. And then each one of these stacks is 19 2x2s. So that's, I mean, I want to say that just that little building right there, which has no interior, is sitting at 1,000 parts.
Yeah.
I know it adds up quick.
Hey, Gene, if you find a sorter, I need one too.
I tried to tell Gene that I'd come work for Lego, but they won't let that happen.
You take all their Lego.
Nah, I would work for it though, so it would be like them paying me.
I will work for Lego. That's my next T-shirt.
Just because something gets sorted into my pile is not saying that it's not being paid for. It's just being paid for in a different way.
Gotcha.
Kind of like a donation.
Donation. That's funny.
Two for now you, they're talking about getting my wife to do it because she's more focused in just sorting than I am. I'm more Haley's in it to sort. I'm in it for the need of pieces. But Haley doesn't work for free either, and Haley loves Lego. So, she actually
just tell her what you need.
She doesn't. She would much rather have like beer. Like if you were like, hey, you want to come over and sort 10,000 pieces? I'll buy beer and pizza. She'd be there all night.
How far are you guys away?
A ways. We always have that conversation of how far away you are from us.
I got 13 tubs that need to be sorted.
Send them this way and I'll sort them. I'll make you a deal. I'll do it all if I can keep all the dark bluish and light bluish gray tiles that I find.
Sold. I don't think there's any dark blue or gray in there. I think I got light gray. That's about it, too. A lot of vehicles. Vehicle parts.
I hate vehicle parts. I gave all of that stuff to Gene and Tori. All the vehicles that I have, like for the city, are just Speed Champion sets that I bought.
I was going to say, most of my vehicles are Speed Champion, and I'm only missing a few. I think the Ferrari set, the Ferrari garage set, and Mini Cooper set, the one that comes with the raised up Mini Cooper.
Well, I ain't going to say that I have all of those. I definitely do not. I did pass up. I kind of wish I would have bought it, but I passed up on the set that they just released not too long ago that has the race Corvette and the Stingray in it.
Yes, that was it. I bought it as soon as I seen it.
The Walmart up here by us had that. I think it was like for $26.
I would have bought two. Built one and kept the other one for parts.
I gotta hold off. Spent a lot of money last week on Lego.
I've been holding off. I've been buying storage and storage bins and
I need to find a good score again and buy someone's collection. But that's not too easy to do around here.
Here either. Last time I went to look, there was more Mega Blocks than anything in there. I left it sitting right there, and I haven't been back to another bulk buy.
I feel like I got so lucky on the first deal that I'll never get another one.
Night, Gene.
See you later, Gene. Gene's had a busy day. They've redone their Lego room, their sales place.
Oh, that I'm telling you right there, just sorting and trying to get everything in an orderly fashion for that it's tedious and sometimes mind-numbing.
Well, they're not even doing that. They were hanging drywall and doing the fun part of it.
Oh, that's the fun part. Hey, Will, how are you?
What's going on, Will? See, that drywall part is where I would want nothing to do.
See, I do that all day long. Take me half the time. Now sitting there sorting and making bins and putting them in bins, and nope. That's why
Well,
they're still out in boxes.
mostly everything they have is already sorted. What they're doing is like basically expanding what they have.
Yeah.
They have a really nice setup down there already. So the fact that they're able just to expand it, kind of move it over and bigger, it's much
All right.
easier than I would assume starting new. Starting new would suck for them.
I drywall for sets, Gene.
Well, the drywall's done now, so you're
I mud and sand for sets, Gene.
now he might be into that.
Because when I mud, I try not to leave any extra so I don't have that much sanding.
That's right up his alley right now because I know he does not want to do that.
That's the worst part of the job, I'll tell you. I could hang all day long. It's when you got to go back and mud and sand is the worst part.
See, I've never hung drywall before.
Hanging it's not bad. I can do a 4x8 sheet over my head by myself.
I know it's just kind of placing it where you want it to, screwing it down type thing, and keep going.
Yeah. Tori says nor paint. She doesn't want to do the paint either.
I guess not.
I can paint for Lego. How much you got?
I don't want to know what your travel expense would be on that.
Do I got to bring my own tools? You got a sprayer there? Takes half the time.
You charge per mile that you have to drive?
No. Just a trip to the Lego store. I'll be with you in that hour in there.
I don't know. I'll tell you that with Gene and Tori there, and they will back me up, I've had extremely good luck with going into Lego stores with them. I'm not gonna name the place, but I went into a Lego store with them. Somebody, Haley had said something about me having a YouTube channel. The guy was like, "You're kidding," and I was like, "No." So he looked it up, and he was like, "Oh man, what are you looking for?" And we had bought between me and Gene, we had bought almost probably $3,000 worth of Lego. Maybe closer to like 25, but it was up there. And I was like, well, I really need a bunch of pieces for the city, but y'all really don't have anything on the back wall that I can use. He ended up giving me I think I found maybe 2 or 3 cups of stuff I could use. He ended up giving it to me for free. And he gave me a whole entire bag full of minifig parts for free.
Nice.
Just stuff to add to the city. So all of that came very, very handy.
Always does.
Free is for me. Ain't that what they say?
Free is the best. Well, depends on what's free. Well, how's that cantina going? Have you started it?
That's who needs to get all them tan pieces I got is Will. Will would benefit from them.
And when are you sending me all the minifigures, Will?
I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, Will. I don't know if I'm allowed to like say, hey, this guy gave me all this for free, and Lego. Like, I don't think Lego would see it. I know I'm not that important, but
Oh no, they see things.
I don't want it to ruin the guy's job or reputation.
I get that.
Somebody's gonna message me tonight and be like, "We're such and such with Lego Corporation. Who was it, fatty?"
What person am I firing in the morning?
Somebody's getting an ass whooping tomorrow. Who's it gonna be?
That's we rubbed it into Shy that we got free minifigures at Brick Fair because we knew Shy from Brickmania.
Yeah.
Shy wasn't even there.
I mean, free stuff is usually the best.
You can't go wrong with a free minifigure from Brickmania.
No. I'm really surprised that I'm not doing it for that reason, but I'm really surprised. Like, I've talked to, so that night that we hung out with the Brickmania guys at Brick Fair.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't remember the guy's name. I know I met Dan, but I'm not sure of the guy that we really like hung out with. But as many times as I've posted their stuff and like what I'm doing and tagged them in it, I'm really surprised they haven't like said any more than they've said. Maybe it's because they're mad because I'm not actually buying their kits and I'm buying the instructions. But I doubt that.
I figure anyway, you're buying it and you're building it, it's still good publicity for them.
I mean, publicity is publicity no matter what, right?
Yep. Good publicity is way better than bad publicity.
I mean, believe me, they do magnificent work, like very, very high quality. And I would never diss that. But I don't have it in my budget to spend the money on their sets like that.
Not mine either. I buy the all the instructions also. Same way with Bricker Builds.
See, I've yet to do anything from Bricker.
Yeah, I go through a little rut. Like, I like Brickmania, but it gets monotonous after a while. So I kind of change it up. So that's the reason I went to Bricker Builds and got their instructions.
Well, I'm really enjoying these I guess World War II vehicles and these vehicles in general. So I don't know when I'll get tired of them or when I'll run out of the want to get more. But they say once you turn 35, you either start smoking meats or you become a World War II expert. And I'm not 35 yet, but I do know how to smoke meat also.
Yeah, I think I started smoking meats in my 20s.
So Will's going to give you all the Cantina figs?
No, I'm just giving him a hard time.
I mean, I was just going to say that was awfully nice of him.
I remember he was trying to get it off somebody. So now that he's got the set, he's going to give them to me.
That's nice of him.
I don't want the buildings. I just want the figs.
I was about to say, the buildings are the worst part of that build.
Yeah, I don't want the buildings. I just want the figs.
I was not at all impressed with that build.
Kind of like Daily Bugle. I want all the figs, but I don't want the building.
What do you think about them? And if I ruin this for you, I'm sorry. Which I don't really know. It's not a spoiler. But what do you feel about them getting rid of the Punisher logo and changing it? Have you seen that?
That the one on the fig or just in general?
No, in general, in the comics, he'll no longer have that skull and like the skull with the long teeth.
Yes, I believe they lost that patent.
He's having some other weird logo instead.
Yeah, no, I'd rather stick with the Punisher logo.
I don't understand
Punisher
how
logo since what? Since the 80s when Punisher come out in comics?
that's what I was about to say. I don't understand how they're just up and changing after all these years.
So I remember reading Punisher comic books when I was a child. That's back in the 80s.
It's funny to think that Punisher was such a badass and had such like a shoot 'em up personality, but he was introduced in Spider-Man.
Yeah, shoot first, ask questions later.
That's a comic book I wish I would have. Especially right now. Them shits are skyrocketing.
Oh, yes.
David said, damn it, I am 42 and don't know World War II or smoking meat. You must have a very good profession that takes up all your time then. I mean, I started listening to World War II stuff at work. I've watched a bunch of movies about it at home, which I've always been interested in. Like, it sounds bad, but I've always been interested in war.
I don't know, Legion. Punisher is known worldwide for that logo specifically.
Think of how many rednecks have it on their truck.
Rednecks on their truck, Army and Marines on their Humvees.
Now it's not going to mean the same thing.
T-shirts, Army T-shirts.
All it'll do is drive the prices up of the old Punisher logo, and well, this is the original. I think it should cost this much.
Yep.
I'm telling you, if my life continues to go the way that it's been going in the past like 10 years, by the time I turn 50, I'll be able to retire off of Lego and comic books.
Truth. I just told my daughter the other day when she was complaining about my Lego, I said, that's your college fund. You better be quiet.
Haley, my wife never complains anymore. She just kind of, I guess, gave into it. She likes building every once in a while, but she doesn't enjoy it quite as much as I do.
Yeah, my wife, she don't care anymore. She just knows. I'm going to get it, whether she tells me no or not. Just like the modular, come on, New Year's. I'm not going to wait for the ball to drop. I'm going to be hitting that button at midnight, so I know I have it.
Man, I have such bad luck buying sets when it hits midnight on drop days like that. I've just, the limit most of the time is 2.
Yeah.
I've just been giving Gene the money and letting Gene do it. I don't know how he gets it. But I'll go to order it, and there'll be so many people ordering. It'll be some kind of screwed up, oh, the order didn't process, or oh, the order didn't process. And then I'll end up missing out on it.
I've only been one time, I think it said it processed, and then a couple days later I got a back order letter. But I missed the Home Alone building completely.
See, I don't have Home Alone yet.
So now I'm going to wait for that to restock, and then I'll pick it up. But the day it come out, I missed it. And I've seen it's been out of stock since.
Yeah, Home Alone is one I'm missing. I still don't have the Titanic or the AT-AT.
I don't have a urge to get either one of those. If I'm going to spend that much, I'd rather burn down Bricklink and build something else.
I kind of want the AT-AT, but the AT-AT, I also feel like it's the more waste of money there.
Didn't I see behind you once you had like 3 lined up in a row?
Yeah, over here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 AT-ATs, 4 normal AT-STs, AT-ST Raider from Mandalorian, 2 AT-AP Walkers.
I remember seeing them lined up. You must have shifted everything.
I moved it all down just because I was tired of seeing just solely Star Wars behind us. And then I wanted a place to put all these tanks and planes, which ironically you can't see either way. So I'm not sure how I ended up like that. I really wish that I could. I know I hate to say this. My wife especially hates me saying this, but I really wish I could move and find a place that. So you know how Hive's room is set up, right? How his new room is.
Yes.
So the first house that when I was house hunting that me and my wife went and looked at, or not first, but one of them, the bottom room was the laundry room was in one area, and then the other part of it was, I guess, where they had like it kind of to me looked like they had a projector down there and made it like a small theater area, and it wasn't massive, but it was bigger than your average room by far. And I was really hoping that when we were looking at that house, that was like one of my number one selling points on it, because it was enough room throughout to do the Lego room like I wanted. And when we got this place, so I have another table behind the camera. The camera is about 3 foot away from the table. On the other end of it, I have another like folding, and it's probably 3 by 8 foot table. And then over here is a ping pong table that the city's on. But I have right beside where the laptop is sitting a support pole for the house. And it's kind of like in the way for what I wanted to do. Gene came down here last week, maybe the week before last. It was the week of Black Friday, I think, or the week after Black Friday. Sorry. And we tried to move it around to better, I guess, get how I wanted it down here. And the poles kind of make it impossible. I wish it was more open down here, and I wish it was like not double the size, but another half of the size.
Sounds like you need to build off the back of it.
I can't. I'm in the basement. I'm underground.
Sounds like you need to put a she shed outside.
Nah, I can't do that. I can't have the Lego not in the house. I would never be in the house. That's why I want to build a garage out back so bad. But I mean, I work on cars 24/7 while I'm at work. So I don't know how me having a garage at home would do. I've just been recently modifying my car as it is. And Haley was like, well, why don't you just bring your car home and do it at home? And I was like, I don't know if that's a good idea. So somehow in this process, everything is even and matching all the way across, but I've gained a window.
You gained a window?
I gained one. Oh, it's because it's not matching. The front of the building is not. I see. So, I was like, there's no way I gained a window.
You got a couple studs off.
No, I had a support where it should have been a window instead. It's an easy fix. Easy fix. So the
Hey,
bottom.
let Sidious in.
I'm glad you.
I'm gonna huff and puff and blow your building down.
Don't do that.
Let me in.
Don't do it. You could try to do it if you wanted to, but it's actually being protected right now by Spider-Man.
Oh, no volume. Hold on, I gotta try again.
How we doing, stud?
I wouldn't come up here.
Technically, this part's already blown apart.
There's no volume. I'm gonna come back in.
You can't hear us.
He wasn't ready.
He prematurely joined.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to blow your wad so quick.
I got pills for them, you older folks now, right?
I think y'all are all older than me.
You didn't have to throw that back out there.
I might have a lot of problems, but that is not one of them.
Haley said otherwise.
We have I know that there's been a lot of stupid stuff that a lot of people have done over the years, and when we get used cars in at work, we seem to always like one out of, I'm going to say every 6 cars, we find something dumb in. And there was a car that came in that I think that what happened was they came in to have some maintenance done on their car. They realized how bad off their car was, or that they just didn't want to have the maintenance done. They'd rather just get a new car. And they got a new car, traded it in. And from what I could tell, they didn't clean it out very well. They just said, like, screw it, we don't need anything in here. And there was a bottle, I don't remember what it's called. I have it on my toolbox at work, but it was pretty much like a knockoff brand version of Viagra. And I have it in my toolbox waiting. I want to get somebody to take it just to like slip them it and not realize it. We have a lot of people at work that like to pull pranks on each other. So I'm thinking it would be a good funny thing.
That'd be a hard way to learn.
but at the same time, I don't want the prank pulled on me. So I've been very
long 4 hours at work. You got to talk to customers.
No, not at all. I'm in the back. To be honest, if I wanted to climb into a car and wait, I could.
Nice.
What'd you do for the last 4 hours? Well, I sat in the back of your car with a raging heart on. That I'm not sure why I got it. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll be like a customer's odyssey that they have kids and there's like a DVD player in the back. I can watch something.
Nice.
I feel like that's a conversation that I would not want to have.
No. Not at all.
Sir, why were you in the back of our car? I'm not really sure. I'm not sure if you're ready to go down this route or not.
Yeah. Are there kids and wives or women around?
No. Normally, I mean, if they're in the customer lounge, yes, but I don't deal with the customer portion of it, so I really don't know what goes on.
I used to be a chef because I didn't want to deal with people. Now I deal with them every day. And I realized why I became a chef.
I've learned
in the green room again.
There we go.
What's up?
Can you hear us now?
Yeah. Cool. I was bugging out. I don't know why it kept like churning and going weird. Dude, that building looks awesome, man. I love the color combo of the windows and the
I feel like the city is getting to where it has too much tan. but I really don't have a choice anymore.
But that's really what the Daily Bugle would look like, that color. So
hopefully it works out.
but today is not my day with this IT stuff. And I pulled up my dog is driving me insane, dude. He's usually a good dog. And today it's like nuts. Good. So you were talking about the day one drops for January or whatever. I've never ordered online on like day one. Does it? I hear it goes fast. Everything goes pretty quick.
Yes. Very quick.
How fast do you think Sonic will go?
I don't know about that. So Sonic is me and Sans were talking about that the other day on Hive's stream. The thing about Sonic is, and I don't know if a lot of people paid attention to this, but there's a lot of the pieces that look like bricks in those are stickers.
Yeah, I did notice there's a ton, like especially because I commented on the Lego or one of the, I think it was Tiago's page that there were stickers in there. It's an idea set. There's not supposed to be stickers, and there's tons of them in there. Supposedly, like 5 or 6, I think.
Well, there's a lot of pieces. Like if you look at the slope, there's no way to have made that look right without using stickers. But there's also like instead of a bunch of 1x1 stacked up to give it that like checkered pattern.
Yeah.
It's just a 1x2x5 with a sticker stuck on 3 sides of it.
It is
on the if you're looking at the box art and you have the loop that goes up and back around. Right as it comes down, if you look there's a 2x2 inverted slope. That 2x2 inverted slope has a 1x2x5 sitting on top of it.
You can see the sticker.
The whole thing is stickered. The slope, well, the slope has to be. They're never going to get that pattern unless they print it.
Yeah, unless they pattern it. But
they're not going to custom print, that piece for one $70 set.
Because I was iffy about the set. It looks cool, but the one that Matt Elder made from Family Bricks, he made a huge one with his kids. It's like just crazy cool. So, and it's like a little bit bigger of scale, but so it's hard for me to look at the one Lego makes that's so tiny compared to that. But
the thing that I think is going to sell the one on Lego is it's like 1,000 pieces and it's only $70. So it's priced really well. And if you look online, there is a ton of people that are buying, or not buying, but they're showing what could be done if like 4 or 5 of them are bought and put together.
Yeah.
And that might be a good selling point for them. But
yeah, it is supposed to be modular, so you can like make levels out of it, which is cool. Because that's what Matt did. He did it's sick the one he did. Did you see that one? I think he showed it on Livestream.
Which one?
The one that Matt Elder from Family Bricks made. He made a huge Sonic like level, like the whole level.
Oh no, I didn't see that one. I must have had a call.
It's really cool, dude. With like play features and all kinds. It's cool. It's really cool. So
I wish they would have done something better like that with Mario.
I mean, we're gonna get the minifig Mario soon because the marketing, they were smart. They wanted everyone to buy the interactive Mario set, and they had to run it for a couple of years. And once it starts dying down, they'll put up the minifig version. Because we wouldn't have bought it. We would have bought the minifig version instead. They wanted to get the set.
So I don't know if me and you talked like we do now, like when I did all that. But so when the Mario sets come out, I wanted nothing to do with any of them. I was against them, but I wanted the Nintendo. Well, when the Nintendo came out, I figured out that you could buy the Mario, and the Mario would read the top of the Nintendo. It would play, and go on.
Yeah.
So I bought the Mario.
People to buy it.
And when I bought the Mario or that Mario set, I was like, man, I should just buy some of these other ones. And before I knew it, I had the whole entire first wave. And I was like,
I do too. Now it's just sitting in a box.
Yeah, I was gonna say all mine are taken apart in the box. The only thing that I have together, if you can see,
is the Nintendo.
Well, I doubt you can even see it, but in front of the Disney castle are the characters. I took everything else apart.
I still have my Nintendo together.
No, the Nintendo's together.
I bought the Fire Suit Mario.
I have. I just bought the. Which one did I buy? The cat suit.
Yeah, that one.
I just bought it yesterday because it was like $5 at Walmart.
The construction suit is cool too.
My Walmart has nothing.
My Walmart is definitely ransacked. Trust me.
I haven't checked any of mine because I was figured I'm like, oh, I'll go out and get that because I'm not a huge like I'll buy battle packs, but I don't buy like a ton of them. But I want that little scout trooper, the new one, because that wasn't really in Hoth. There was never a scout trooper on Hoth, but Kenner made a figure a long time ago of that rare scout trooper. So Lego was smart; they made that in that set, and I want a couple of them.
I think Lego at this point is just like we're gonna put random Star Wars characters in random sets just so people will buy them and shut up.
I mean, I'm down. I love the Snow Trooper fig, so I'll buy a few of those. Like I was telling Ryan, I'm like, I'll probably buy 3 of those things, and I usually don't.
I don't know about Scout Troopers, but when I first started this whole Lego journey, I was very naive, and I wanted to build a mock just about as big as a city of a Hoth base. And I did not realize at the time how many people have built a Hoth base. And I was still very, very, very gung-ho about getting it done. And
I want to do one eventually.
Before I looked into it, I was buying lots and lots of pieces and minifigs because I figured that minifigs were going to be the most expensive part. I probably have 50 snow troopers.
Yeah, that's cool. I would love to have
Kelly's calling you out online too.
The Winnie the Pooh set's right here. It's still together.
Dude, I'm bummed. I was looking for that little beehive nest, but I wanted it in tan because I'm building a Ghosts and Goblins level, that Capcom game. And in the game, I don't know if you remember Ghosts and Goblins, the little beehive would pop up, and so you would get your weapon from underneath it. But it's yellow. I could Photoshop it, but I want that set for me. You know, I don't want it just to show on Instagram, and I don't want to have a yellow beehive.
You talking about the Winnie the Pooh beehive?
Yeah, I figured Lego would make it in pink and yellow. I figured they would have it in tan, like it's a beehive.
I didn't know that came in any other set but Winnie the Pooh.
No,
Friends has got a couple of them in different colors.
Yeah, probably. I can't find tan. I don't think that, which would make sense that the beehive is tan or gray.
Yeah. Y'all are gonna realize one day that y'all know a lot more about Lego than I do. I don't pay attention to any of that.
I don't really either, but like when I need something, I go looking for it. So I'm gonna build Hoth eventually too. It doesn't matter, dude. If someone else built it, just do it. You know, do it your way.
I have so many want to do project ideas that I'm not doing Hoth. I probably will not do a Star Wars one. I
just get mad like when that Spaceball thing happened because the dude said he's like, "Oh, I'm taking this and putting it on ideas," and it's like, bro, I don't want it on ideas for your popularity, but they do it anyway, so it is what it is.
I have my I still have to complete the city. I still have to probably build. Well, I actually only have one more base plate for the actual city itself. When it comes to the big buildings, I have one more I have to do, and two more, and I'm debating on what it should be. I have a feeling one of them's going to be Oscorp. I think that's going to be really easy just to throw together. And the other one was going to be the Baxter building, but I really don't like. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't like. I respect everything they've done for the comic universe, but I don't really care for Fantastic Four.
Oh, I just love Dr. Doom.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. But Dr. Doom, to me, was such a cooler X-Men villain than he was a Fantastic Four villain. Like, the Fantastic Four introduced him, yes.
Yeah.
I have a Dr. Doom fig, that one I showed you. And then I've got a damn box full of X-Men characters that are custom.
That's one thing I don't have custom.
I was talking to Gene about that earlier.
Like this
the Comic-Con exclusive, the San Diego Comic-Con.
That's a good one.
Dark Phoenix.
Yeah, I got one right over here.
So I have one, but it's not from Comic-Con. It's the exact same print, and it's printed on Lego, but that was only like $20.
Yeah, I don't think mine's from the Comic-Con, but it's dope. I mean, it's serves a purpose for a mock. This one's dope, Mr. Sinister.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I have the other one I had that is not Lego. It's the one that I sought after, and I was like, man, I don't know if Lego's ever going to do this. I found one. I was like, I might as well get it. I got Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. If they, I think I saw that. Is it a big fig?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw the one that you had. Dude, they eventually Lego's gonna make an X-Men Mansion. They have to. I mean, it will sell like hotcakes. Everyone wants that.
Yeah.
Why- If
But
I'll be shocked if this new $500 set is like an X-Men thing. I'll be blown away. It probably won't be, but
I was gonna say I highly doubt it'll be X-Men.
well, it's gonna be DC. You and I talked about that. It's kind of, I think it's gonna be DC.
So ever since me and you talked about that, Google listens, and I have seen so many people's videos pop up through Instagram where they're showing off their Batcave.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yes.
the more and more I see that, the more and more I'm like, man, that could definitely be a Batcave.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people complain about getting Death Stars and Batcaves over and over, but it's aimed at the kids and they age in and out. So when a kid ages out, there's always going to be a next one to replace them to get a Batcave. So we'll just keep making them,
Yeah, but what Batcave would you like? The original or all these newer ones?
Yeah, I don't pay much attention to DC, so I would, if it's highly detailed, I like it.
That's my thing is if it's a Batcave, it's a Batcave. Like I know that they're gonna base it off of something, but I mean,
because each different Batman has had a different cave.
Yeah, I still got to get the classic car, the TV car. That Batmobile is dope. The one from.
I've got that. The only thing I don't have is the new big tumbler.
Yeah, people say the smaller one is better for the price, but.
Well, I mean, the old one, like skyrocketed in price.
Look at my neighbors just moved in. They're painting. Well, speaking of painting, your city, you said you were doing like a graffiti scene.
Yeah, the Iron Man that's on that wall. The way I had it before was there was a ladder posted up beside it that has a couple things that look like paint cans, and there was just going to be somebody in a hoodie spray painting it.
Yeah, that's dope. You can even do that brick built and do some like this little snot work at the side of the wall and just random, Like I've seen people do that. Eclipse Graphics made the cool, and I missed it. I should have bought him because he's a graffiti writer like I am. He made little Krylon, the old vintage Krylon cans. He made
that's what I have. That's from Eclipse Graphics.
Yeah. I miss. He sold out of them. I don't know if he carries them anymore. Eventually, I'll get them from somewhere. Just a few of them. I need to get that Everything Is Awesome set because I want the monochrome figures from it. I need the blue hair. I need a bunch of blue hair.
I found a Bricklink store that sells monochrome figures. That's what I'm gonna do for this military mock that I'm doing.
Yeah, I have a couple like olive green or army green monochrome figs. I don't know if they're real Lego. I don't think they are.
I've got a bunch of the Brick Mania stickers to put on to make them like printed minifigs.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna buy the monochrome figures and do them myself.
Yeah, those dudes do UV printing the right way. I mean, they're one of the only vendors that does it like good.
Haley, why do you think I never pay attention to you when you say something on here? I'm definitely reading the screen.
Dude, I got the I usually never order stuff like this, but I ordered the Luke poly bag with the blue milk.
We were talking about that when you said that. I wonder if they're gonna do the if they're gonna come out with a different fig for him when they do this whole damn it, now I forgot the name of it. The UCS Luke's land speeder.
I would assume they would because so many people are going to complain. That should be a good land speeder though at that size. I mean, I think when people see it, they're going to be blown away.
I do not. I still think, and me and Chef are talking about this. I think Lego is going to just completely trick us. I get the irony of them making it, especially after so many people have talked so much shit for so long.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like no matter what, when it comes down to it, let's be real. They could make a freaking pile of brown Legos and say it's a Darth Vader shit pile, and people are gonna buy it.
Yeah, dude. Should. I would think they would put a new figure in there, like a different figure, like an exclusive.
Yeah, but you got to think UCS sets like that come with shitty figures.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Sometimes they do come with the exclusive, but then Lego says they don't do that, but they definitely do put exclusives in there. Not all the time, but But I saw it was from coming from Poland. The dude had like 50 of them, so I was like, I might as well. I'm half Polish. It was a sign. I was like, I'll order it. It was a decent price. It wasn't bad. It's supposed to come with like a video game, right? It's supposed to be like a exclusive.
I'm not sure about that because that video game hasn't been released. Like it was supposed to come out,
yeah, like a year ago,
a year or two ago, and it still hasn't.
Last Christmas, yeah. I bought a Switch thinking that I bought a Switch right when that dropped because it was like, oh, it's gonna come out in a few months, and I bought a Switch and it never dropped. I ended up getting Mario and all that stuff and playing Link's Awakening and Zelda, but I got it specifically to play that Star Wars Lego game. And it didn't come out.
Yeah, it didn't come out. I was kind of bummed on that too.
It'll be out this spring though. But that's why it's like I was like, do I wait and get the poly back then? But I'm not even it was a good price. I wasn't even gonna gamble. It's just like I'll just get it.
Well, Chef, I got the outside of this back together, but now the inside is what's going to kill me.
Your whole city mostly is comic stuff, right? That's what you're doing now.
So the way that I kind of came up with the idea is, of course, with liking comics and everything, that all of Marvel Comics takes place in a real city, like New York or California or somewhere. Yeah. DC's all made up. Yeah. I thought it would be kind of cool to make a
city,
kind of like a, I guess, Marvel city.
Yeah.
And kind of base it off New York, but it really isn't based off New York because the only building in this whole entire thing that's in New York is this, which is the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
The Stark Tower is in New York. I mean, it's not a real building, but it is in New York in the comics and in the Daily Bugle. What I've basically done was create a 3x3 section in the center, and they're just all random buildings, but all the buildings have something to do with Marvel Comics. Like I have a comic book store that is ran by Stan Lee that's got I've ordered tons and tons of Eclipse graphic stuff for this. Stark Tower, of course, is comic. I mean, is Marvel.
Yeah.
There's going to be there's a pizzeria that Chef from here sent me one of his minifigs, and I turned it into a pizzeria. There'll be like a Marvel scene going on there. I have on top of the pizzeria, there's a bar. I've built a Venom apartment from the movie. There's an Aunt May apartment that Doc Ock has found out where Spider-Man is Peter Parker, and he's ripped the wall off the building and stole the spider suit. I have a couple other apartments that are just empty. There is a cafe that I've made where it's yellow. It's very vibrant. There's going to be something going on there. The Benatar will be floating above the city with these translucent pieces, and it'll be picking up Mantis. There's a theater that has all the pictures on the outside that show the movies that are playing. They're all Marvel. There's a bank that's being robbed by Shocker. There is a scene. There's a thing I did where Deadpool is going to be blown apart out of a building, and Wolverine is going to be shooting like a rocket launcher into it. There's
Is Shocker a custom fake? Or is it
yes. It's everything I got was from I keep forgetting the name of the website, but they print on real Lego, and that's why I did it. I got a bonus check at work and done some side work, ended up with $500, and I was like, screw it, and just bought a bunch of custom figs. That way, that even after the city is over, I can still take pride in, I guess, having them in a way.
Yeah.
As stupid as that sounds.
You can always build little mocks and stuff. That's what I do. I build around a figure. So
I wish I knew something that was small.
Yeah, right. I gotta keep most of my stuff small because I'll go crazy and start ordering all crazy parts. Well, actually, my Academy Town is slowly. I'm doing it modular by modular, and then I'll put it all together. But so I guess that's kind of. It is a city. I just haven't. I'm only have 3 buildings.
Well, so far, nothing I have done is small.
Not that I've seen so far.
This city is 5 by 3 base plates, so it's 15 48 by 48 base plates. And this is the first real thing that I've done. I had a plan to do a Hoth mock and was going to start it, and ended up realizing kind of that everybody else done one, so I stopped. Yeah. And I went to go do a
my bike.
I had all the pieces to start doing this pirate mock. And while doing the pirate mock is when we got called by Lego Masters, and I kind of had to come up with something for them pretty quick.
Yeah.
And I ended up ditching the pirate. So I have I still built a pirate ship that I showed them. But I'm going to have to stand up for this. I'm going to have to try to redesign this, I guess. This inside isn't laying together like it was, and I'm not really sure why.
Few studs bigger.
No, I kept it the same size, or at least I thought I did. I mean, I haven't had to add any pieces.
Well, that's always good.
Like, I mean, this thing is solid. It ain't going anywhere, that's for sure. So oh, I see. Oh. The issue is that all of this was built on bricks, like a brick high. So I have these, but it's going to throw the height of it off. So I need to drop this down. I got it.
This bike is driving me insane.
Hopefully this works at least. As long as I could get this done tonight, I'll be all right and say this wasn't a wasted night. The other thing that really sucks though, Stud, is I'm trying to keep coming up with ideas of what to put inside the buildings and not be like a huge copy off of each other.
Yeah, I struggle with that. Well, I don't struggle with it, but sometimes, like my first Tatooine building still has no inside done on it because I just move on to something else. But I want to do it. Eventually, I'll do it.
Put a bowling alley in one floor.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, that'd be cool. The bike is driving me insane.
So far, as of right now, this Empire State Building is the only building that doesn't have an interior. But also the fact that I had to build it like I did to hold its weight to support the scene that goes on top of it, because the top of it is completely destroyed. What's actually holding it together is Spider-Man webs. And it's not that easy to put together. That's the only thing I'm really worried about transporting. If that falls apart, I guess I'm just gonna have to sit it all back together and hope that the strings hold it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about hold on a second. I was gonna ask you about transport with all that stuff.
I have no idea.
Lots of bubble wrap.
Yeah, right. Now I can't find my baby.
I know that from from the lug that I'm in, that the easiest thing it seems to do is go to Walmart and buy moving boxes and put one building in each box. That way, if a building comes apart, at least its pieces are there with it.
True. I pulled half of them down and put them into plastic baggies when I moved.
The sets themselves?
Yeah.
See, I ended up doing that with a lot of what I had.
Losing my mind. Oh, here it is. That'll be the second disposable vape I lost or destroyed in like an hour. But that's I have a Schwinn. I gotta put it on Instagram actually. A classic Schwinn Typhoon bike, like sick. Paint jobs original, everything. And it's got the lowrider twisted bars and all the spokes, but the back wheel is a spoke busted. So every time I change the tire, it pops it. And those rims are expensive because they're like 180 something spokes. So I can't even stand it up on the kickstand. It keeps falling over because there's no air.
All my friends drive a low rider.
I love it though because there's a like State Park Beach 2 blocks away with a huge like wrapping it's like boardwalk sidewalk. So I take it down there all the time.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that I did this, Chef.
You're a couple studs off.
Well, it's not studs. It's like the building has shrunk.
You got any extra pieces laying there?
Oh yeah, I mean I got a ton of pieces left, but I don't know, like, not pieces that I would expect to have. If that makes sense.
Like your cage inside?
Well, the cage inside is all of these, but it doesn't sit the same height now because I had it built on bricks. So now it's like everything needs to be downsized a brick. And maybe this will work. Hopefully.
Got the Sparkle Logan. I call these a Logan. It's got the wooden tip on it. That ain't tobacco though.
Oh. So that's how it's going to have to sit. So I had to take a brick off.
See, too many bricks.
So that isn't bad at all.
That reminds me, I got to order a bunch of those white mason bricks. That's the one thing I like about the Queer Eye set came out. White mason bricks.
Really?
Yeah, it's got white mason bricks. I never realized that. There's a lot of good parts in that set. I just never paid attention to it. And then I looked at it. I was like, what? There's white mason bricks all in that thing. You should check it out, Chef. There's definitely I'm a sucker. There's black mason bricks out now too.
Yeah, I'm a sucker too. I got the Seinfeld set. I just haven't picked up the Queer Eye set.
I didn't really pay much attention to it, and then I noticed it's got a lot of cool parts and stuff, and then I saw the white mason bricks, and I was like, oh. And then the Mario poly bags have black mason bricks.
The way I think of it is it's the half building already there because I use them for my camera shots here. I just change pictures around and add more things in it, but pretty much it's just a pre-made studio.
You said the Mario sets come with black mason bricks?
Yeah.
That's pretty neat. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's like one of the poly bags that has like 2 or 3 in there. So they're available on Bricks and Pieces probably. I got to check.
You know, if they only come in that one set, I assume they're expensive. I probably have 2,000 light bluish gray masonry bricks.
They don't put the dark red ones on the picker brick wall anymore. Those are expensive. I end up buying those a little at a time.
Hopefully,
I think I bought a bunch of masonry bricks from Pick a Brick Wall when we were over at Brick Fair. I think I bought a whole couple of them.
Hopefully,
That's the first time I've seen masonry bricks on a Pick a Brick Wall.
Yeah, I've gotten gray ones on the wall. The red one, dark red, they don't do it that much.
Hopefully, all this stuff is available in the lug that I'm in whenever we do the lug bulk buy because it's coming up soon. I don't really need masonry bricks though. If I continue to do this mock for the World War II or whatever, I'm gonna need a crap ton of the like just random slope pieces.
Yeah. I need a lot of those. I need to get a bunch of light tan, the curved. You know the Flintstone set?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember what they used for the mailbox? That part, I don't know the name, but they're those bricks that have like the slight curve to them, but it's like a brick.
A slope?
Yeah, it's like a slope, but it's like a chunky slope. I don't know the name of it, but I need a bunch because I want the Tatooine modulars to all look a little bit different. And since I did a hard edge, I want to do that like the rounded curved. Sometimes you see in Star Wars the buildings are a little more curved; they're not as square. So I need to get a bunch of those in light tan. Kind of what I used on that when I did that Boba back to tank the other day. I used the white ones in it. They're just little curves.
I haven't seen any of that stuff. Huh.
That Boba show was dope, dude. I mean, a lot of people didn't like it, but it's setting everything up. You know, I don't even spoilers, but it's just setting everything up to come. So, I mean,
I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did too. I loved it. They had to they had to set up what happened to them.
I didn't like the hype behind the show and how slow the first episode came.
Well,
I know it's building up to be more.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I kind of expected more out of that first episode with everybody's hype for it.
I knew there was going to be a monster at the end because they always, like in Mando season 2, it's like the formula that they use. So that thing, dude, looked like Goro from Mortal Kombat.
That's what I said. I was like, it looks like Goro ate Reptile.
That or mixed with a Slee Stack from Land of the Lost, dude. It was like Goro mixed with a Slee Stack. Those freaky Land of the Lost monsters that never talked. Those things used to creep me out as a kid, man.
That was a show that I know about and I've watched, but luckily it was not a part of anything that was really out when I was a child.
Yeah, it was in major rerun mode right when I was a real little kid. So it had just, I guess, going into rerun mode. Actually, some of them I think were still live when I was a little kid, but still like relevant. Yeah, those things would freak me out because that noise would happen. It was like a buzz, and they wouldn't talk, and they would just walk towards the people. It's like crazy. It's so freaky.
So, did you
figure it out yet?
Do what?
I said, did you figure it out yet?
I'm pretty sure I need to get up. I don't know what happened to it, but it looks like I'm missing one light bluish gray 2x4 plate.
Dude, that Lego store promo is full of stickers. You guys see that new Lego store promo?
No.
There's a new promo. It's going to be like a little modular Lego store, but it's kind of like micro scale. But it's
yeah. I know what you're talking about. It has like a brick built bird or something in the bottom floor.
It's all stickers. It's like all stickers inside of it. It's crazy.
That doesn't surprise me.
People love their little Lego stores built out of Lego. So I mean, it's gonna make people happy, but it's just got a ton of stickers.
That's one thing I've refused to do in the mock.
Yeah, I don't put stickers really in any of mine.
Oh no, my mock has tons of it'll be covered in stickers. Well,
custom.
I don't know about stickers. There's a lot of printed stuff.
Yeah, I like that. I don't like putting stickers in there.
I meant the Lego store itself. I won't put a Lego store in it.
Oh yeah, but everyone does.
Why not?
The toy store has, last year, I think it was, maybe the year before that, It could be a couple of them combined anyway. But the advent calendars that come out with the micro scale things.
Yes.
The comic book store has a micro scale X-Wing and a micro scale AT-AT in it. And I figured that if you have a toy store this time of day, you're more than likely selling Lego anyway. So
Well, that reminds me, I got to hit up Barnes and Noble. So they had a bunch of sets like on sale that are still in stock. Everywhere's not a Lego, but they have Lego.
Our Barnes and Nobles has the best Legos around here.
Yeah, it's always in stock too. Like the blacksmith shop is there. They got everything right now.
I think the only thing they had on sale was a helicopter set from the city sets. I didn't need the pieces for that one.
I haven't seen anything on sale at all lately.
I never really pay much attention to the city sets, but the new space ones look cool. People say that it's overpriced, but it looks all right. The station one looks dope.
I always, if I look at a city set, I try to see if I buy it, how it can benefit my city.
Yeah, if it's got good parts, I'll buy it. I just not the first thing I usually pay attention to.
So hopefully I should be able to throw these last couple supports in. And it should be able to hold this. Hopefully. And I say that with a lot of hope. Because if it doesn't, I'm going to be in trouble. I'm still also debating. I love the idea of it. I know you go out with a bang, but I hate the thought of cleaning it up. And it would be a pain to sort. I wonder if Brick Fair, if I should push the city off.
Push the city off. That. What are you gonna? Yeah, no. That right there is like instant anxiety.
I mean, I know that.
Push it off the table.
Do what?
You mean push it off the table? What do you?
Yeah.
I mean, it always makes a good YouTube video, but you're gonna break some parts probably.
I just don't want to pick it up. And I feel like that would be a pain when it would come to sorting this thing. Like, I have a feeling now it's going to be pretty easy because most of the buildings, you know, when you build a modular set, it kind of, other than the interior, like you have to take that out of consideration. Yeah. But most of the pieces in the building itself are all the same. So it'd be easy to take apart in inventory.
Right.
But if I push it
well,
off.
You said she likes to sort for beer and pizza.
Yeah, but I doubt she would be too happy to sit down here and do all that. Like, I would have to make up a lie. I would have to tell her that it accidentally fell. If she was down here sorting and then saw a video of me pushing it off the table, I'd probably be in trouble. Boom.
Man, that's
perfecto.
That thing's gonna be tall, dude.
Oh, it's already. Have you not seen this building yet?
I don't think so.
So let me get the other half of it. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but there you go.
It's crooked.
Crooked.
Yeah,
it sits on this.
Okay.
There we go.
Now. I don't want you turning your back and it falling straight over.
I was afraid it was.
No, it sits. There's two 2x4 or 2x6s right here that it like sits on top of, and then when it sits on top of, you pull them back and it slides down in the slot that it's supposed to be in.
Okay.
It sounds dumb, and it was really like a feat when it come to putting it together, but it worked.
It looks cool. I mean, it looks cool.
I'm really glad that came together a lot smoother than I thought it would. Now all I got to do is put the sidewalk on and call it a day.
That's one tall Lego building.
I'll put this up close.
I have seen that one because I was going to say it's the one with Spidey hanging off the roof. I just didn't in your video or whatever. I couldn't see the bottom of it.
Yeah, I don't know how well you can see this, but this whole top piece right here is being held on by these spider webs.
Yeah, I saw that. I've seen that before. I just didn't realize that was the top of that giant building because you can. The way your video was cropped, you can't see. You were moving it around, but I didn't see the whole building.
Get up there and lay down.
Ugh.
Lay down.
The only thing that sucks about this whole building is this section right here. The way that it's built, the inside section of it is hollow, and a lot of the pieces on the outside of it, if you press too hard, they'll fall in. It's really easy to fix.
Dude, look, these things. This is sick, dude. Look at this.
But it's just the way that it's built is kind of annoying. The Deadpool.
Matt Elder, he sent me this card. It's just paintings. He's so good, dude. He's so good. He has like painted canvases that he sells to these things. I gotta put this thing somewhere good.
That's one of the. So I sat down a couple weeks ago. Well, I tried to keep track of everything that I have planned on the city and what to do with it and like where to put it. I have 2 Deadpool figs, and one is going to be going in that the tower where Wolverine's blowing them apart. The other one I'm not really sure what to do with, and then I found out I have a Deadpool dog.
A dog? Yeah, those are cool.
I'm not really sure where I got it from, but I got one.
I have the X-Force Deadpool, a white one and a gray one.
I wish I had that one.
Well, I mean, they're both pad printed. I mean, they're bootleg, obviously, but they're like done well. They're not bad. They're pretty cool.
I want the Deadpool in the X-Men, the yellow X-Men shirt.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. Hoping Lego would make one. See, there's the white one. The lighting here is bad.
Is that Cable?
Yeah, and then there's the gray one's dope.
Oh, that is pretty cool.
Yeah, his sword's in the bin somewhere. Yeah, that Cable, I want to switch his hair. He's got that stupid flat top hair.
Chef, what do you think your most prized possession minifig is? What's going on, Moments of the Magic? And what about you, Stud? What do you think your most prized minifig would be?
Here's one. Official Lego Force Ghost Vader.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because it came off. It's Kubrick that came off their line when they were testing. When I used to freelance there, I swiped it. They do them in like fluorescent red. They do them in all the colors to test the machines. They call it Kubrick, and like the employees and stuff get them. So I got it from one of the employees. So that's
I have
because you can't get it really.
I bought a collection a while back, and it's really what started like most of the Star Wars stuff I had. And in it, I don't know. It was a really sketchy situation. Like, I'll say I don't know how the polite way to say it, but I'm not a bitch at all. And I'm not afraid to be put in some like situations.
Yeah.
But I tend to stay away from weird situations.
Yeah.
But this guy, like I'll tell you the story. I was on Facebook one day and I was searching and it popped up. This guy was like selling a huge Lego collection, blah, blah, blah. I looked at the Lego collection and I seen that he wanted $1,000 for it. I seen that one of the things it had in it was a 13 Republic gunship. And I was like, well, that right there is like $350. And I was trying to look at what he had to see if it had a value like there.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's $350. It had a first order Star Destroyer. I was like, there's another $150. And it had two of the AT-ATs I have in it. So I was like, easily like, all right, well, there's the money right there. So I was like, all right, I made a deal with him. He lived like an hour and a half away from me. He was like, man, I'm actually headed like 30 minutes towards your way today anyway. I'll just leave early and make the extra trip up there and bring it to you since you're paying me, what we agreed on. And I was like, all right. So he wanted 1,000. We ended up agreeing on 800. Well, he messaged me and was like, hey, man, it was on a Saturday. So I was off work. And he was like, hey, it'll be a little bit before I make it up there. I've got some things to do around the house. I'll let you know when I'm on my way. I was like, all right. So, I'm sitting there waiting. He texts me. He's like, all right, man, I'm about to leave in a little bit. So I was like, all right, sweet. I'm starting to get excited at this point. I wait. Nothing shows up. He doesn't come. It begins to be like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. It just keeps going down, and I can at this point, I'm just like, man, this dumbass is wasting my time. Finally get a text from him. He's like, hey, man, had to do some stuff. Sorry, but I'm on the way now. It says I should be there in like 45 minutes. I'm like, all right, whatever. Well, it's like 5 o'clock at that point. At 7 o'clock, he still hadn't showed up. And I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, it's really starting to tick me off.
Yeah.
Because the way I seen it is I feel like it's just a scam, or not a scam, but, just somebody being dumb.
Yeah.
And I've wasted an entire Saturday.
Yeah, wasting your time.
So I'm like, whatever. So I ended up telling my wife, I was like, well, let's just leave the house. I was like, let's just go do something. Don't worry about him. If he says he's going to show up, we can run back home or whatever. I think that it's a scam, just go do our thing. So, he ends up texting me at like 9 o'clock. And he's like, hey, man, sorry about this. I just had some stuff come up, but I'm on my way. I promise, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm be honest with you. I was like, you've said that for about 2 hours now. I'm like, I don't really give a shit at this point. I don't believe you.
Yeah.
So he sent me a picture, and it was of all the Lego in the back of his truck. And, a bunch of boxes in the back of his truck. I didn't know really what it was. And, I was like, well, I'll be honest with you. I was like, we agreed on 1,000. I was like, 800. I was like, you've wasted my entire Saturday. I was like, if we're doing this, I was like, I'm dropping my price down to $700. And he was like, man, I really can't do that, but I understand. Let's just. He's like, you know what, man, deal. He's like, I'm really sorry. He kept apologizing. So I'm looking at my wife at this point, and I'm like, dude, this guy's just an idiot. Like, I don't know if he knows what he has or if he's just whatever.
Some people just want to get it off their hands, though.
Well, it definitely had the feeling of this might have been like his younger brother's stuff. But he ended up not showing up to my house till 11 o'clock. And I was like, dude, this is ridiculous. And when he got there, he didn't have like 3 or 4 boxes worth of sets like the picture showed. This guy had like 500 sets and just crazy amounts of like just bulk Lego. So I'm like, what the hell? Like this point, like I know I've got a good deal, blah, blah, blah. And I told Haley, I was like, I'm not a small guy. I definitely had a gun on me outside of my own house. And I told the guy, I was like, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I was like, if you wasted my entire Saturday, I was like, we agreed on 800. I was like, then you showed up even later than that. I was like, then you said we would agree on 700. I was like, looking at what you got here, I kind of see a little bit of a value, but I don't. And I was like, but I'm also not a reseller. I was like, so I'm going to tell you that you can leave all this in your truck or take $600. And of course he gave me like the bull crap for like 20 minutes. And then finally he was like, you know what, man, I came all this way. I'll do it. So we unload this Lego, and as soon as he leaves, I'm like, he is a freaking idiot. I ended up getting it all downstairs with my wife, and we started going through it. It had 2 Republic gunships in it. It has the first order Star Destroyer. It had like 2 AT-APs, an AT-ST, AT-ST Raider, and AT-ST old school. like all the AT-ATs, like it had everything. Well, while going through it, and I found just this huge box that was inside of a big cardboard box. It was at the bottom of it, and it was like a shoe box. It was full of minifigs. Well, in that, I was 2 Darth Revan minifigs.
Yeah, that's cool. I got one of those.
That's a score.
I love
I
that.
was like, well, might as well cut my loss of weight and time. I'm pretty happy with what I got.
This is another one that I like. Light up Darth Vader.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite figs.
I don't have anything that lights up.
That's the only one that I got. I'm stupid. I should have got. I think they made Luke. I know they made Mace and a bunch of others. There was only like 4 or 5, and I only got the Vader one. Now I kick myself because Ryan has this sealed in a poly bag. It's like $1,200. I would have opened it anyways, but it's like in the battery. Knock on wood. This battery, I've had it in here forever. It's still. I don't use it often. Obviously, it just sits on the shelf, but the battery still works, and you can change the battery in it. So,
Chef, what about you? What's one of your prize minifigs?
I really don't. I like them all.
Yeah, that's the thing. It depends. Like I always build around a minifig and tell a little story. When I did that Scorpion thing, and even my modular, the Tatooine one it's a droids only cantina. Where they get oiled up and stuff. So, like as a joke, obviously, because in Star Wars the droids aren't allowed in most items. But that's why the figs it changes favorite to favorite because it depends on what I'm building.
Yep.
That's what's fun to me is building the scene around the figure. Well, speaking of that, do you guys know what? It was the knight, and I think it came in a CMF series. It's the knight that actually has like the flap that's up in his face, and he has a white like tuft coming out of it. He looks like a knight. Like I'm doing like Ghosts and Goblins mock, and I need that. I have tons of knight helmets, but not that one. I don't know what CMF series it's from.
15, I think.
I'll
look to double check.
The vent, the mask guard that can go up and down. I don't know if it really goes up and down the fig, but in the figure, it's like the picture, it's up. That's the helmet. I'm looking for that.
Are you talking about that's got like the white feather on the top of
it? Yeah. But it's got the mask where his helmet has like the mask that can go up and down.
That's like what Chef said. It's 15 or 16, something like that.
I gotta find that thing.
That hasn't been that long ago.
No.
Well, I could always put the character in naked because he started out naked with a beard. You're just in your underwear and a beard in that game when you start out.
The helmet for 15, it looks like it flips up and it's got a green feather on the top.
I think so. Let me look it up. What's it called though? Because I just
CMF minifig series 15 is what I typed in. I was trying to remember which one it was from, and
no, it's not that one.
Probably 12. I think I got one in 12 too, if I'm right.
I think he's got a white feather, the one I'm looking for. But it's the traditional knight helmet. Like
you're not talking about the one that like just came out, like that hasn't released yet, are you?
No, I don't think that. No,
12's got a horns for their helmet.
I was about to say, don't the new CMF series they're coming out with, don't it have a knight in it too?
I don't think so. It's got like a page or something like that, or some LARPing thing, I think. I didn't look though. Hold on. I've seen this thing. I just can't. My snakes are making noise behind me.
All right, 16's got another green feather.
Here it is. He has a printed. It just doesn't say. Oh, Series 9.
Okay.
Heroic Knight. That's what it's called.
Because this one's like a cage face on 16.
Now go. You'll see what I'm talking about. Series 9. I have all the cage face ones, round ones, but this one looks like a traditional knight. Think of a knight.
Oh yeah, he's even in silver.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think they skip a year and put another one out. Skip a year, put one out.
I just want the helmet. Dude, yeah. Dude, Lego should also make another, like, dude, if they made like a UCS Yellow Castle, people would buy it because all the nostalgia and everything, dude.
Oh yeah.
Not
I'm
even
wondering when Lego is going to bank on all these like UCS
Ideas.
style sets for old school things.
Yeah, they're starting to realize that now they have a serious market for it. I mean, obviously, since Barracuda Bay, they've been like squeezing them, slowly breaking them in there. But,
Well, Barracuda Bay was an awesome build.
yeah, I wish I did build
See,
that
I
one.
haven't got that one yet.
Is it retiring soon? Someone said that?
Yeah,
It didn't seem like it was out that long.
couple of years.
It was?
No, Barracuda Bay released last year.
Yeah, it took a
Was
year.
it last year?
Yeah.
I think I seen a video today saying it was already getting ready to retire.
Yeah, same with me. Someone said that, but it's only been a year. But that's what I mean. It's been like a short run.
Well, I
But
still
really,
wonder
I don't
how.
think they hold the ideas line as long as they hold everybody else either.
That
I
really
still
bothered
wonder
me.
how all that works though, because if Lego is making a profit off of selling them, which they are, it is their product, but they have to be doing something off of Bricklink too. I wonder how, because think about it, if they can sell a set for $200, they can wait 2 years, retire that set, and then they own a website that sells that for $400. They have to be making some kind of profit off of it.
Yo, it's funny. Did you guys see that they're thinking about bringing back like a club where you can get retired sets? There's going to be like a subscription, Lego subscription, where you get like you're basically allowed to get retired sets, but everyone thinks it's going to be like whatever set they want. Lego's not going to do that.
No, they're going to bring out one every quarter like they do now.
Yeah, they're going to.
It'll be the same thing as like the Bricklink sets. They might be like a vote on them, and then once the vote is done, there's only going to be a certain number of them made. I don't think they'll do where you can just buy any old set that you want.
Yeah, there's an article. There's people making videos about it and stuff, and it just made me giggle because it's like, just like you said, it's like it's not going to be what they think it is. Don't get your hopes up.
They're going to leave out a lot of fine details like that to make everyone really interested in it. It's kind of like Brick Mania. I don't mean to knock them at all because I really love everything they do, but that elite group that they like, you can buy a membership for, I don't see the value there.
I've never even noticed that they did that. I don't look at their site that much. I just see the builds online and people showing stuff. It's all dope. They make good stuff.
I place an order from Bricklink almost every 5 days.
You're in serious, dude, military mode. You've been pumping out military builds like crazy, vehicles after vehicle after vehicle. I'm surprised you're not doing like a war scene mock.
Well, we are next. The thing is for the city, I'm just trying to get rid of all the pieces I have for the city before I buy anything else. Because like this building right here, the Daily Bugle, I created it all off of pieces that I already had here. So I didn't have to actually go out and get anything or search to buy anything.
Yeah.
I'm trying to use everything that I have before I go about putting in an order for the city.
I always try to do that, but then I get to a certain area where I need the parts to get the look I want, and then I have to order. That's why I always have like 10 mocks going on at once, though, because I got to order and I get stuck on one. All right, I got to order and then move on to the next while the parts are coming in.
The main thing that I'm waiting for is it'll probably, so the last video in the series for the city that I'm doing, the last video will be minifig placement. I'm gonna wait off onto that.
Jason says he became a member of that Brick Mania Elite you were talking about. Sorry, I didn't cut you off.
Yeah, I don't really understand I know you get some kind of discount, but isn't it just like a 5% discount you get off?
I don't know what it is.
I'm pretty sure you get like the opportunities to pre-order stuff ahead of time, and I think you get a 5% discount. And the 5% discount could work in value if you're spending that much, but I think the membership is like $300.
I use Shy's name and usually get 15% off.
Yeah, no, I was
Why
gonna
would
say
I want the 5%?
I know their stuff's expensive, but it's worth it. It's a mock. There's always going to be a lot more parts and stuff. It's basically mocks. Their sets are mocks, which are.
Oh yeah, but the so I am like the one person that will tell you I'll eat my words on everything I said to them. When I went to Brick Fair, Virginia, I met those guys and I saw the prices of their stuff and everything. And I've always known of their existence. I just never knew of it like that. And I always I looked at it and I was like, well, I understand they're making the boxes and they're making the instructions, but I don't see, if there's not going to be a Lego set out there that's $1 a piece. I just didn't see the value in it. And then the more I started paying attention to the stuff they do and actually ordering some of their sets, as far as bricklinking the pieces and buying the instructions, a lot of the pieces you're getting in those sets are not easy to find.
No.
The Gotha that I built a couple weeks ago, or not last week, but the week before that, the 2 strings that are in that set were actual Lego strings, and they were $12 a piece. So I mean, you're looking at $24 in just 2 strings, and that's not including the minifigs they give you. And the minifigs they give you are printed. A lot of the sets that you buy from them, instead of getting stickers, the pieces are printed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're getting a good value for what you're doing. It's just not worth it per piece. And it's also not worth it for someone like me who has an extremely good friend that owns, I have 2 extremely good friends that own Bricklink stores. I get very good prices on stuff. I don't see the value of me buying a set from them.
Yeah. I mean, it's different for everyone. I mean, Shy must spend a fortune with them. He gets a discount. He works with them. He helps promote them and stuff. So, and plus they're printing everything in house now. So with UV printers and that's the thing with UV printers, you can get a figure. Like I have one right here that I did that's flat. It looks like pad printing. You cannot tell the difference if you do it right. But a lot of these other, not Brickmania, because they pay attention when they're printing, they calibrate the printer as they run it. But a lot of these places, I get these bubbled up figures from the UV printer, and it drives me crazy, dude, because Big Kid Bricks makes Star Wars stuff. Some of it's awesome, and then sometimes I get a bunk fig, and it's all bubbled up. And it's like, dude, come on. You just got to look at the printer. Pay attention when you're making the thing. There's too many custom figure people out there that don't know what the F they're doing.
I'm going to tell you what, I looked into buying a UV printer, and I know that they're expensive, but I have a feeling if you could make your money back pretty quick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I have a pad printer, but it's the size of a garage. It's an old one. They used to take up a whole room. Now you can when Chef said he was, I remember on Livestream, Chef was like, yeah, I'm looking into one. I didn't realize they made them small now. And that, even that is worth it. But you have to get the pads made is the problem. Every time if I design something and I wanted to put it on the pad printer, there's a process. I got to make the plates that go on that. People don't realize that process can be a little expensive. So if you're just
he was talking about the stickers. Is that how you print all your or is that how you get all the stickers for your planes and vehicles? Does he makes them for you? I mean, doing all that stuff is a good idea if you're doing it as a business, though.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Some of the people that do it as a business, they don't pay attention to they don't know what they're doing with the printer, and it's not fair to sell crap, a $60 figure to someone that's crap. I get really angry.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I hold a high standard because I was a designer and I know all about printing and all that, but it's some of them are just so bad that it's man, this is just a ripoff.
I'm getting more and more to the point where I understand how some people's jobs, not jobs, but how they work, their printing process.
Yeah.
But it's also to the same thing of you're never going to find one person that makes all the minifigs you want. And I ran into a thing recently where I built, remember that drum set I sent you a picture of?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I built that music venue, and the one thing I wanted was I want to put a band inside of it. And I wanted someone who I've bought, I'm not going to say their name, but I have bought a lot of minifigs from them. They make custom minifigs, and I like. I mean, they make good quality stuff. It's not bad. It's very good printed, and it's very well done. And everything else. I wanted him to custom print me 9 Slipknot bodies. I didn't give a crap out the heads yet. I just said I wanted the 9 bodies to match. And he would even showed me the amount of labor in the stuff that you would have to buy to make those 9 figures. Yeah. You would have to pretty much sell those at least $20 a piece to break even.
Yeah,
because he's only making 9 of them.
That's the thing with printing. It's only worth it if you're going to do the big runs.
Well, Jason, all the aircraft and vehicle printings I have are just the stickers that come with the Brickmania kits. But you know a lot more about that military stuff than I do, and I've not really tried to dabble in customizing anything.
That's the cool thing about a UV printer, though, is you don't have to make plates or anything. It's just you could do whatever you want. You could do a one-off fig, and it doesn't cost as much. Like a pad printer, you have to make a plate for it. So that's the thing. You better be producing a bunch of them. So, but that's what angers me. The UV printers, it's like, dude, just watch it. That's all you have to do is watch it. These people try to mass produce figures on it, and they don't calibrate it as it's going, and then they start to the print run starts to turn crappy. They just put it in a box and don't pay attention. It's like, come on.
See, I've never bought a minifig that I've actually been disappointed with.
Yeah, I've gotten a few that are just like, man, what the? It's all bubble up and crazy. Like, dude, I did Dr. Doom Venomized and Cyclops. I bought a whole line of like the Venomized figures. That's when you were talking Dr. Doom earlier about the X-Men. I loved him in that, the Venomized series. He was like Hive. That was sick. I bought all those figures, and half of them are all bubbled up, dude. It's bad. It's like real bad.
Well, Chef, I got it done. It's to the right size as it was. All the sidewalk is completed as far as for the pieces I got. So tonight was a good night. Now all I got to do is, I guess, decide what I'm going to do for the interior of this Daily Bugle. So one of my problems is it sounds really weird, and a lot of people do things different. You being a designer, and even like Jason, how he does his aircrafts and everything, a lot of people you sit down and you come up with an idea of what you want to do and how you want to do it. And I used to, so when I got out of high school, I was at a tattoo shop every day drawing art for them. And I'm one of those type of people that if I sit down and think about something, then I'll critique it so much in my head that I'll never get to actually do the product.
Yeah, I get that.
But I have a massive box of random Lego right here, and I can literally just throw it on the table. And as long as I don't think about how I'm going to do it, I can design something like that. Like, I mean, this building I threw together, I don't know, it's just the way that I guess my brain has always worked.
Yeah, no, that building's sick, dude. I love it thing. It's huge.
Sorry, I had to run the dogs out. I missed just a little bit.
Oh, I was just saying that I told you before the end of the night over, I would like to have this finished.
Yeah.
Now I just got to figure out what I guess what I should do for an interior.
That made me come up with a good question. I was going to put it in my Instagram stories. I was looking at that Dracula Blood Bank modular I'm making, and I was like, about the inside, and I was looking through parts, and I found like the toilet seat looking ring that they're in the Sonic set in gold now, the rings. But
the rings.
It made me think: do vampires shit?
Why wouldn't they?
Because they just drink blood, so they don't eat anything. Yeah, like so I was like, should I put a bathroom in this thing or not? Because I don't think Dracula shits.
Yeah, he can't see himself in the mirror. No sense of having a bathroom.
Dude, that series on Netflix, that Dracula series was good. I just watched it. It was real good.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I haven't seen it.
It's good. Check it out. Dracula on Netflix. It's real good.
I'm wondering, this thing has a support pole in the middle of the building. So if I said I was going to do a conference room, I could build an entire table around the pole.
There's a pole that goes through the whole thing.
Well, the Daily Butte, like this right here, doesn't have an interior, so the middle of it is block built to hold the weight. The Daily Bugle really doesn't have any kind of weight in the middle of it, but it does have an elevator in the back that runs all the way up it, and then it does have a support bar straight in the middle that runs all the way up it.
Yeah.
Because if not, it'll start to sink in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a tall building. That's what I was asking.
So what me and Chef were talking about earlier is if like what to do the floors as.
I would do it certain windows that you can see. Other than that, leave the center empty. Just do it around the windows.
Well, you
And I
can
wouldn't
see
do
through
all
the
the
entire building.
Oh, got you.
Dude, those I was looking at that what is it, the Lunar New Year or whatever, the ice skating. It's got the ice skating pond, the new Lego Chinese New Year set.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool how they made the pond, but those it's like this weird pearlescent translucent panels. They've never made those before.
Have you seen the fact that they're coming out with like the 2/3 pieces now?
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up earlier when you talk about Sonic, because they could have used that. It's like two single stud plates like stacked on top.
I don't understand the point of that. Why wouldn't you just keep two studs and put them on top of each other?
We're making some really unique, different parts. A lot came out through the Nintendo wave, but yeah, it's Oh, thanks, Jason. I'll follow you back when I go on there. I've gotten much better at that, dude. I used to because of my clothing line. I used to have to be on social media constantly, and when I would get to my Lego page, I wouldn't even look at notifications on Instagram because that's all I did all day, and I'd be like, whatever, and I wouldn't even scroll. But now I have time to do that. I look at the notifications.
And you got confirmation that the vampire's shit.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
If Superman says it, it's true.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm like, do they really shit? I don't know. Like, they only drink blood. It's an interesting question.
So I can do this to where I build this table in a circle around the pole, but it won't be a very big table. I could extend it, but I also don't think that would be a good idea. I had a whole stack of these half rounds somewhere.
Dude, if my bike falls over, I'm gonna flip out, man. Thing's an antique.
You'll have to go to a mountain bike store. You can get them. What are they? Half moon pegs where you can set the back tire on. Don't even have to worry about a kickstand.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what's up, Doc? We're just talking about how do vampires shit and is it iron?
I'm not sure that Chef would know. Doc would know about vampires.
Dude, when I saw the Superman's handle, made me think of this. That $500 set would, if they did a Fortress of Solitude with all translucent, crazy parts and light brick, dude, that would be sick.
See, I don't think they would do that just because of the fact of how much they would have to use.
Well,
they would have to create a whole lot of pieces.
They did the Frozen, Frozen Castle or whatever. It was all translucent.
Yeah, but I think the reason why they did that was because they knew kids was going to buy it. And I mean, it's $100 price point versus a $500 price point.
Yeah.
If it's a Fortress of Solitude, I'd pay the $500.
You put a couple light bricks in there. Oh, that'd be nasty.
I don't think there's a Superman fig I don't have.
I only have one, and I bought it because of a Superman that's talking, actually.
So the only evil Superman fig, the Zod fig or whatever you get is in it's like a Comic-Con, right?
No,
Bizarro?
they got General Zod in one of the DC figure series.
Wow.
And they got his dad, I believe.
Oh, that reminds me. I got to get the Green Lantern dude. The what's his face with the pink face, the purplish face, Sinestro. What's his name?
Sinestro.
Yeah, Sinestro. I gotta get his fig. That old school Flash fig is dope too, with like the Iron Man helmet. That's pretty cool.
I honestly don't care about DC enough to buy stuff like that.
Yeah, I definitely don't think they would do the Superman. That they would do the $500 Fortress. It would just be sick if they did.
I believe so, Doc.
Is it like movie version of him though, or is it like classic comic version of him?
It's movie version of him.
Yeah. Because the classic comic version, I think, that's the exclusive Comic-Con.
That'd be a nice one to have.
Have you guys seen those commercials running in front of YouTube videos of the Comic-Con Pac-Man? It's not Lego, it's like nano blocks where they're translucent Pac-Man and Ghost. Did you see that commercial? Have you guys seen it?
I have not.
Brickstar, I think, bought it. I think I saw a video where Brickstar bought it. It's like little nano blocks, all translucent, man. Dude, that is definitely not ASMR. It's not very ASMR of you shaking the leg.
Well, I was hoping I could find these pieces in here, but I'm not. I'm gonna have to get up and I've got an idea to throw a table together that's a little bit bigger than normal size.
Dude, my snake's behind me. I hear boom, boom. She's like going crazy, dude. I gotta thaw out something to eat for her. Drives me nuts, dude, because ball pythons in the winter, because they're from Africa, so in the winter, my place is warm, right? But it doesn't stay as humid, and they just stop eating. They'll just be like, nope, I'm not going to eat for 3 months. Like, damn it.
That's snakes in general, too, though.
Yeah.
Snakes are very, ornery pets.
Mine are very tame. The bottom one, that's why I never take her out on Hive Stream. The bottom one, she just doesn't want to come out. She likes to chill. So I leave her alone. But the other one just always wants to be out. She's a pain in my butt. It's Muggsy, my dog, is scared of him. My dog's like a tough little bulldog. He's a street dog. He's afraid of the snakes. He looks at me sideways when I take the snakes out. He looks at me like, hell no.
See, I don't think I have any DC set Superman. I take that back. I've got every Batman vehicle they've came out with.
I bought there was a set with had Firefly in it, and it had like the gray old school Batman. That was cool. I need the old blue and gray Batman. I never got that one. They made so many damn Batmans. It's insane, dude. Or didn't they do a whole line? Didn't they do a whole CMF series of all different Batman outfits?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think a couple of them are outlandish.
Yeah, I have a Rasta Batman.
Yeah. I think I got one with a duck around its waist.
Why would they make a Rasta Batman? That's weird.
And there's a pink one too.
He was in the movie, I think. They must be taking it from like movies.
Yeah, it's all Lego movie related. Well, Chef, I created the table.
Are you putting it around the pole or in front of the pole?
No, I'm going to put it off to the side of it, like where it's near the window. And I'll probably just create its own little room for it. I ordered earlier when I first started the stream, when I ran out of windows, I ordered 100 more door frames.
Dude, that's a very Lego thing to say. When I ran out of windows.
Yeah.
I just that was the one thing when I decided to build the city, I never realized. And so you're talking about something that's like you don't know what to do situation. So I'm not saying like I'm not rich by any means, but I mean I've afforded all this city and all the Lego on top of it and everything else. I don't think that, once I tear apart the city, I don't know how much of it I'm actually going to use when it comes to building the next mock that I do. But with that being said, I have all of these windows that if I ever got rid of, I don't know what I would do with them. Like, I thought about opening a Bricklink store, but I have a feeling also that if I sold them, I would hate myself.
Yeah, dude, I never have. I'm in the problem now building modulars that I don't have. I never got windows because I always make little vignettes and stuff. But I need windows. I'm starting to collect them now.
Windows are expensive.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
Like the dark bluish gray door frames and the light bluish gray door frames aren't that expensive. They're around like 20 cents a piece. But you can look at most windows, like the 1x2x2s or the 1x2x3s. Most of those are like 35 cents a piece.
That's why I like building the. That's why I started my first module ever was Tatooine, because you can build your own style windows. You don't need the Lego windows. I use tan ladder parts as windows because it gives it that like vented look that Star Wars has. But,
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
I was not able to do something like that in the city.
I gotta show that one more on my Instagram. I have the one that I have where the droid pops out of the front window. It has like an actual gatekeeper droid that like pops out like Mando and like Jabba in Jabba's palace. But I just haven't finished the inside of it, so I don't really show it that much. But that's what I used on like Sai showed today, the Jabba's Tail Barge set with the little Sarlacc pit. You guys seen that old set?
Yeah.
It has like these weird railings that are tan, and they make awesome windows too for like Star Wars Tatooine stuff. But now that when I started building that vampire thing, I was like, dude, I actually need windows, man, and inserts, and those things are hard to find sometimes.
Well, that's what I was talking about when I first started the stream when I ordered those windows, that it's really hard to find someone that has the frames and the windows together, like the glass pieces. Yeah. Luckily, this guy had 75 of each, so I'm assuming that he was buying sets. But I bought everything he had, so...
Dude, Legion, what, you're painting construct Halo figs? You paint them?
Yeah, Halo Legion custom makes figs and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
He actually does a really good job.
I've seen some people that's just sloppy, but then there's other people that are real precise, man. But as long as if people have fun doing it, man, it's like it doesn't matter. The sloppy ones that I've seen were a lot of like really young kids though trying to do it, which I applaud them for being creative and attempting it. It's funny. I sent my nephew up in Maine. He wanted the Thanos gauntlet. He's like 5 years old, but the kid can build, bro. He built it in like an hour and a half. And I said to him, I'm like, bro, you smoke some of the adults I know, man. This little kid's like a genius. I was like, whoa, dude, he went right through it.
Oh, I need study desk.
Man, when I was first started doing the channel, it died really quick. But I was doing this thing where I would buy like multiples of the same set, and me and Mark would see who could build one faster. And I would like smoke him every single time. And I used to like doing that shit because that shit was fun.
It's funny. He just takes pride. My nephew takes pride in like his building because he's young and he sees me doing it, so he like looks up to me, which is cool. But he's good, man. I was just like I bought him a 501st battle pack when he was here on Thanksgiving, and he went right through that thing quick. He was like, "Yeah, what's next?"
That's the one Lego set that someone bought me for Christmas. My wife's father bought me the 501st battle pack for Christmas.
I still need to get one. I've bought them for other people. I just haven't gotten mine yet, but I will.
I've got one built, the one he gave me, and then I got one from Ryan.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. Did you have Ryan sign it?
Do what?
Did you have Ryan sign the box?
Yeah. There was a huge joke about it behind at Brick Fair.
Big shout out to Brick Studio.
I can hear Hive through your stream.
Yeah.
That
Oh, you got him on?
I don't.
Oh.
I think Chef does.
Yeah, I turned them down a little bit.
Is he streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll probably go late. I figured he would end up streaming. Dude, I was mad because I was sitting in my jacuzzi tub relaxing, and because my joints kill me in the winter, and I'm watching Book of Boba, and all of a sudden I start to fade out, and my vape blunk right into the tub. I'm lucky to get sucked into the jacuzzi jet part.
I really like. I don't know how I feel about the Book of Boba. I have a buddy at work that watches all that stuff with me. Like not with me, but he keeps up with it all too.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And he's a big fan of Star Wars and a big fan of Marvel. And we usually, which it's funny because me and Mark do too. My opinions usually differ like 90% from everybody else's. And he loved Book of Boba Fett, and I just thought they could have done so much better.
Well, I mean, they had to tell how he came out of the Sarlacc pit. They have to set it up a little bit. You know, you're right, though, because I was expecting usually they'll do 45 minutes to an hour for the first and the last of the series. And I was expecting an hour, and they didn't. They should have done it, but I think the next one's going to have a big punch to it. So we'll see. Because the next one, he's going to be meeting with the mayor, which is that hammerhead type alien. You know, and I think this one when shit's going to hit the fan.
So I think that like first to get back to the episode, see, I don't think they had to show any of that of how he got out of the Sarlacc pit. I really don't.
It was wanted to know, you know.
I mean, oh yeah, and it was cool how they did it. Don't get me wrong, but I just feel like the episode itself, like this is how I feel about the Star Wars shows. So when it comes to Mandalorian, so. If you take back forget what we know now, but when the Mandalorian came out, he was supposed to be like one of the most badass bounty hunters. Yeah. He was supposed to be like the creme de la creme.
Yeah.
And they pretty much turned him into a babysitter. Yeah, and I mean it was like the show was very repetitive. It was he needs this information, but in order to get this information, he has to go do this for so and so. And they did it very well. And it kind of played out to where it was like a old school Western. And, but then, you know, you have the most badass bounty hunter, then you pretty much turned him into a babysitter. Well, then you have Boba Fett come along, and Boba Fett was the badass. And he kind of gets put on the show and shows he's even more of a badass. Well, now that there's the Book of Boba Fett out, this first episode, they made him look like a bitch.
And it's funny that people were fat shaming him, you know, last year when he was in Mando because he wasn't a lot of shape actor. He's getting old though, that dude. But you can see he slimmed down for this new one. But he also had a robe on underneath the armor, and on TV that makes you look kind of fat. I mean, that's just gonna happen. Oh yeah. But it's funny, everyone fat shamed him, dude.
But I think I think what we're gonna end up seeing is that the girl that's in there with him, I keep forgetting her name, but the assassin.
Oh, Fennec Shan.
I think she's gonna betray him.
Yeah, probably some juicy stuff, but
because
supposedly there's gonna be like a cameo, like Han Solo or something at the end of the season. Supposedly, like how they did Luke.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Because if you think about it, so. For anyone that hasn't seen the show yet, I guess I'm about to ruin it. But spoiler warning. You know when he's sitting down there on the throne and everybody's coming to pay their tribute?
Yeah.
Well, then the mayor sends down there and they're talking, and the person he basically tells the mayor or the messenger that he's not bowing down, and the mayor wants him to.
Yeah.
And I think that as soon as he left, that fight that they got in, I think those people were sent by the mayor.
Oh, they definitely were. I think that too.
But when Homegirl said, "Do you want me to kill them?" and he was like, "No." Yeah. So I think that kind of made him look like a little bitch.
Yeah, you're right. It did, but that's why I think he's gonna really explode on the mayor. But we'll see.
I mean, they don't. I mean, I guess they don't have to make him, but I mean, I guess that they. I mean, like I can see the point of everything, and I can see why they're doing it, and I know that beforehand, and I don't care what anybody says. They're like, oh well, if you read the books, blah 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 blah. No one reads the Star Wars books anymore. There was no character building on Boba Fett. You had him. You showed up as a bounty hunter. He was part of Jabba's crew. He was one of the only people who kind of like backtalked Vader and didn't die.
Yeah.
And then you see him die in a bitch way by getting his jetpack, hitting him flying off into the pit.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the hell? Well, now that they've created this like backstory to show how badass he is, and now he's came back in the Mandalorian, and it's, he took back his armor. He's beating the shit out of everyone he sees that crosses his path. And then you lay him into this, which kind of now we're getting to see the backstory. What happened at the Sarlacc pit, how he got out, what he's done, and that's nice. All that's been nice, but it's just like I wish. What?
It was dope with the little kid, the little Tusken Raider kid, dude. The way he interacted with the little kid, dude. Like he's a youngster. He's like hitting him with the stick, dude.
I just want to know what they plan to do going forward, and how they're going to change to get away from that. Like I don't want every episode to start out with some type of flashback.
Yeah.
Like, because I have a feeling that would get really old.
Well, whatchamacallit, they're planning on tying in the Mando is definitely, Disney said the Mando's going to make an appearance. Grogu might make an appearance. Mando definitely is going to be in it at some point a little bit. They're going to cross streams. So I'm curious how they're going to weave it into the other story. Well, we'll see, man. I think it's going to get better. I mean,
definitely. Don't get me wrong. I think it's going to end up being a great show. But I looked forward to seeing a longer first episode.
Yeah,
they didn't do it. I looked forward to seeing more of what the show's going to be about. And right now, you really don't have a true, I guess, knowledge of what's going to happen other than this. You could tell something's going on in Mos Espa.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're totally right. The whole front episode is how he, like, what happened. It's just catching you up since he got out of the pit. That's it.
Well, I guess I got to go watch it now.
If you like old school Star Wars, it's good just because of the nostalgia in it. But it's one of those things that so whether anybody wants to admit it or not, Disney's kind of got everybody by the balls.
Oh, definitely, dude. I used to work for them, so that's why I left, man. They clipped my balls.
And do you? I mean, the shitty thing about it is it's just like with Hawkeye. Hawkeye was a really good show, but the crappy thing is if you watch an episode and the last 10 minutes of it you don't like, and then they just cliffhanger it until the next week. I wish they would make them longer, and I kind of wish they would just drop it all at once and make it like an hour and a half long movie.
Yo, when I saw the monster at the end of it with the chains, it freaked me out because my buddies at Disney, I kept asking them, I'm like, yo, is there a Rancor in it? And they wouldn't give me because they have to sign NDAs and shit. They wouldn't give me like a solid answer, but they were like, there was leaked art of him like in his armor with a trained Rancor, and he's riding the Rancor. And I was like, is this true? I'm like, people say that this is in the show. And they kind of like hinted that it definitely was. But I'm hoping that it wasn't, they were not referring to that monster with him with the chain in this last episode.
No. I think there's going to be a Rancor because it was a Black Series. They tried to release it as a Black Series fig.
Well, they showed him in the trailer too, looking down into the pit, dude, the cage.
Yeah. So. And you got to think the Boba, or not the Boba Fett, but the Jabba the Hutt storyline or whatever was when you disobeyed him, he threw you to
the Rancor.
Yeah.
Now, and Fennec Shan even said it in the last episode. She's like, Jabba would have fed you to his like menagerie or whatever.
Oh yeah, and that's why I think that now that we see the power that he's going to have, and he's sitting in Jabba's throne, I think we're going to have to see a Rancor. Now, when that thing only had 3 fingers, I was like, damn, that's a Rancor.
Same with me. I was like, dude, they're showing it already. And why is it
And-
buried? Like,
well, that's what I was like. I was like, damn, first episode, and they're breaking this out, but they
that's
held
what
it
I
off.
said. That's like I said though, dude. Part of their formula, like the Man in season 2 started out with the huge dragon at the end. Like so they have a formula. Like you could see it in this first episode too. It followed just like Mando season 2. So, but they had to tell the backstory, obviously, about the
I guess
Yeah,
I just
making some good points.
We're probably
I wanted a little bit more action out of the first episode, I guess.
It's with me, but I'll tell you what, I'm gonna make a dope mock though of him with a little hose in his mouth from when he's in the pit.
You need to put him on the ground with his helmet being taken by Jawas and him getting the shit kicked out of him by Tusken Raiders.
I thought about the Jawa one doing a mock, but I was like, dude, how am I gonna? He's in some weird like robe. I don't know if I have just that. But I have a ton of those like tentacle things.
Put him in the little, I don't even know what you call it, like the Shawa thing that fucking Luke Skywalker has.
Did you see the back to tank that I built? I built him in the back to tank already.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
That looks good, but I'm talking about like the funniness of just him.
Yeah, no, totally. I thought about getting the Jawas kicking the crap out of him. I definitely thought about that scene, but it's hard to do with the minifig because you can't really. Well, I probably could get a little action out of it. Dude, I want Lego to make off-world Jawas, official gray Jawas. I have to buy them, and the dude doesn't make them anymore. I only have 2. I want to get a bunch of them. I'll order as many Jawas as I have to. I have a problem with Jawas.
I do not own that many.
Because I'm building.
Doc said it. A baby Rancor or its mate, Menagerie and Crying Rancor Keeper guy needs redemption.
Yeah, definitely. Whatchamacallit? That's the thing too. In this set, this new the $100 Boba's Palace set, they probably will have a Rancor big fig in there, which is dope.
You think so?
Yeah, if it's in the show, they'll definitely put it in there. Lego's not stupid, dude. They'll sell. That would be sick, dude. I'm trying to find an old one, actually. I want a new old one, but then I thought to myself, I should just buy the actual set so I get it brand new. Because it's brown, dude. It'll break.
I don't have a Rancor.
Yeah, I
don't have Jabba's the one character I want.
Yeah,
yeah, the Tusken Raiders took position of what the Knights of Ren should have been.
Yeah, right? But it was cool to see.
I'm getting off and watching it now.
It's a dope show. It was cool to see the Tusken Raiders had they made them different costumes. It's like a different tribe, and then the kid Tusken Raiders, man, that was sick, dude.
I'm gonna tell you what though. What's weird as shit is how much that show reminded me of Mortal Kombat. So those Tusken Raiders, like not the normal ones, but the big boys, they look like Cabal.
Yeah, right. Dude, it was like I couldn't tell if it was a female when the head one made the one come out with the black robe over its head and beat up, like they had to go one-on-one with Boba. Yeah. I was like, is that a female? Because I thought it was like his wife. It's just cool how they made it like a tribe, like a different tribe. That was pretty dope. Dude.
And then you had the Goro reptile figure.
Yeah, Chef, you gotta watch it. It's
all right. You guys have a good night.
All right, take it easy, man.
Later, man.
All right, bye.
I can't believe he hasn't seen it yet. Jeez.
A lot of people haven't. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Most of that stuff that comes out, I watch the day it comes out.
Same with me, dude. I was up. Well, I'm always up at night because I work for myself. I was just designing anyways, but I watched it at 3 a.m. Well, actually 4 a.m. because I fell asleep on the couch and then I woke up and I was like, oh, it's 4 a.m. and I watched it. Well, and that's the thing, dude. And then as the sun came up, I built that back to tank mock. I just pounded it out that morning. That's the thing. If I get in the mood to build, I go hardcore. But then I won't build for a little bit. It burns me out.
It doesn't really burn me out. I have a lot of ideas, and most of the time I get frustrated that I don't. I'll have to stop and look how to create, what pieces I have and what I should do.
Yeah. Yeah, Doc is right though. The Tuscan Raiders did give us the Knights of Ren moment. I actually just ordered. I don't have any of the Knights of Ren figures, but I ordered the one that looks like Doctor Doom that was in the Kylo Ren shuttle set. You know, the one looks like the Quiet Riot, old school metal mask.
Yeah.
I don't know his name, but I ordered him today off of. Yo, you should check out Toy Pro. The prices sometimes the range, but it's all brand new. It's basically when you with like I know you have your buddies with Bricklink, so but when they run out, check Toy Pro because you get decent prices on some parts. It's all brand new, and it's just like Bricklink, but it comes fast too. You
I'll
might,
have to check
you might
that
find
out.
your tiles on there. They usually do have tiles in the colors you want, and they have a lot.
Well, the tiles I need because I have been a lot of these, like most of the buildings I have, are tiled floor. Like the bank is completely tiled.
Yeah.
The theater is almost completely tiled. But
I like to tile off everything, bro. So I get it.
Just not sure if there's a point in it.
I know, but that's why I build small, man. You're building this huge thing, but you're also going to shows and everything, so I get it. Like that building is sick, dude. This thing is sick.
I hope that it all works out. I mean, I hope that it makes it to a show.
How is the top only held together by webs, though? That's what I don't get.
So what I ended up doing was, it sounds really complicated, but I promise it's not. I took Technic lift arms like this.
Yeah.
And I basically put. Do what?
Are those clear? Those clear? Oh.
It's light bluish gray. I took two of them and pretty much spaced them evenly apart and put them on a plate. And then I hooked not the bricks but the lift arms to them and put them to another one, and that way that I could section it to where it leaned forward. And when it leaned forward, all the weight wants to pull off of, like, basically separate it.
Yeah.
Or I've got the webs tightened back, so it's pulling it back.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's like a tensile, like a tension kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like too much strength, and it doesn't weigh a ton, but I mean, it's definitely holding some weight back.
Someone put, remember, I don't know if it was like a year ago, it was like mid-pandemic when everyone was doing those tension builds, you know, where like it was floating, and it became a trend, and everyone and their mother did one. Someone did a big one. I think it was on Ideas, like Floating Island or something like that. But it was like a big version, man, compared to the little ones. And like if it really floated, which I'm assuming it did, if it was on Ideas, that would be sick if Lego put that out. But I don't think it passed. There's
also something that someone tried to have done. I think that it's still out there. They're trying to get a. I forgot the name of it. I think it's the Hanging Castle, but it's a castle that's hanging off the side of a table.
Oh, that's dope. Yeah, those kind of builds are fun too. They're like the counterweight kind of thing. My dad's an engineer for Perkin-Elmer, and he like worked on the Hubble telescope and all that crap. And there was actually a scratch in the lens. I was a little kid, so whenever I have like problems with that stuff, I always try to ask him. Like, 'cause he has an engineering brain. I have like the art brain. So I did that today actually with Brickstage Pass. Shout out to him because I wanted that tank to actually open on a hinge like how it does in the show sideways. And it's such a small minifig scale build, and it's all rounded off that there's no way to get hinges to do that. But he told me, he's like, yo, just use a hollow stud and a non-friction pin, and he's right. And I can actually make it open. That's awesome. That's what I love about the Lego community. I was like, dude, I went to him and I was like, yo, see if you can figure this out. And he did it real quick. He was like, yeah, use this. I was like, oh shit.
One of the tanks that I have, the leopard tank, the top of the gunner seat is like that because it has to, and the real tank doesn't open straight up. It opens out to the side.
Yep.
And it's hard to do that with a Lego piece.
Yep.
So they created it to where it kind of like folds over.
Yeah, that's how this thing is going to just be one little Technic pin that's going to do it. I'll show you once I put it in there. I have to extend the build like by one stud to do it. And it might aesthetically not look as clean, but to get the function in there, it's worth it. And the way he came up with it was genius. when I looked at it, I was like, oh man, I'm half Polish, so I couldn't see that shit. I was like, damn. Which is funny because my father is 100% Polish and he does stuff for NASA.
Most of that stuff comes to you once you see somebody else do it.
Yeah. That's the thing. I always soak that in though. Like Johnny Five from Short Circuit with the input. Like I always, once I have a building technique, I'll put it in my repertoire. And so I thank him. Big shout out to Brick Stage Pass because he definitely hooked me up with that. That's a good trick. Really good trick.
Like plates and studs to make something bend. I learned how to do that pretty quick. Especially while building the city.
And so on the top of that building, is that those Spider-Man webs actually the one that he's hanging from? That's what's holding it?
No. The one he's hanging from is separate. There's two in the back that pull it back down to make it actually look like, if that building was falling in real life, Spider-Man or whatever would have to tie and pull it back towards the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done just like that. It's the webs are pulling it back towards the building.
Yeah, that's a dope effect. I love stuff like that.
The web doesn't really do as much as it sounds like. The Technic design that I built on the inside is really what holds it. It's just I guess the string makes it not go anywhere.
Oh, Doc was asking about how much longer or whatever. Look at Doc's.
I'm probably going to hop off of here in a couple minutes. I got to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, dude. I should be working. Yo, they wore my the fans wore my shirts at the Raider game last week, and it was on TV, and my site went nuts. So, dude, like I'm so blessed that happened. I mean, my business is growing well, slow and steady, but that was such good free advertising. Once it was on TV, people just looked up what it said on the hat, and my SEO was set up. So they went crazy. I used to be answering personal emails.
Anytime that stuff like gets out like that, all it takes is one little thing, and it becomes a big accommodation that everybody wants.
It was crazy. I was shocked, dude. Like 100 orders came in like minutes. I was like, whoa. But my dad's like, dude, it was on national TV. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm wanting this thing to go together faster than it is. I need to go upstairs and sit down with studio and plan out a interior for this thing, I guess.
That's one thing that I need to do because doing stuff in studio first, obviously there's no gravity, so that kind of bums me out. But you can plan. It's easy to plan what parts you need because it just tells you. The computer tells you. But I spend so much time in like Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop that I don't. When I get off, I want to build with the brick. I don't want to go into another program and like. But it would help me so much. But I just don't plan. I just build usually.
Well, the crappy thing is too is when you don't use that and you try to just build, you limit yourself to what you have.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Sucks, but sometimes it makes me do better stuff. But then, like I told you earlier, sometimes I get stuck. That's why I have a few mocks going because then I'm like, all right, I need these pieces. I'm going to order them. We'll put that on hold. I'll do this right now. And I keep juggling. But I would definitely, everyone's right. If I went into the studio, it would be so much easier for me. I'm stubborn.
What's up, Doc?
Oh, he's muted. Unmute, Doc. That's sus, Doc. Sus, Doc.
He's an awful suspect.
This says Matt Elder under there, too. Is that his drawing? Matt Elder's drawing? Doc, you're muted, bud.
I don't know if he knows that he's muted.
You never know. He might. Doc likes to do wild stuff. He tricked me today. He did some video, and I was like, dude, like, and he was like, oh, it's just a joke. I was like, oh, my bad. I'm half Polish, man. I fall for that stuff. It was like he was just joking around, and I was like, oh, okay. But that's why I used to do sarcastic stuff like that. But people get pissed; they think it's real, and it's like I'm just kidding. But it doesn't come over well, so I don't do it anymore.
Well, I've got 2 chairs now.
Dude, I need to definitely order I'm sure though bricks and pieces already got rated for all those white mason bricks, man. That's the thing, dude. People hoard on bricks and pieces. Bricks and pieces takes a long time for you to get the order. It's usually a couple of weeks, sometimes more. But it's a cool feature, and if you stay on top of it, that's another thing. I should stay on top of it. It's beneficial, but dude, it's like some of these, like even the Lego Masters, they go on there and they just wipe it out, dude. They'll buy like 4,000 mason bricks in like one shot.
I need to buy like 4,000 mason bricks. No, I really don't. I've got enough mason bricks. I need to buy smaller pieces to come up with some of this interior stuff.
That's why I only keep my modulars now to like the size of an actual Lego modular set. It gets too out of control with the parts for me, man. They're way too out of control.
Believe me, I know.
Your building's huge. I get it.
I mean, doing these would be so much easier if I just didn't do an interior, but
yeah, that's the fun part too. I love that. That's when you're actually like a little kid playing again. You know, you're setting up like that's the fun part.
I'm just not sure what. I guess what all I need.
It's like I hadn't even checked my camera. I didn't want you to. That's why I put that message in the private chat. Curse you, you dang beard!
I didn't even see there was a message in the private
All
chat.
right, let me see. Gotta see. Okay, all right.
Dude,
All right, hello. Hey, you doing, Sid?
I could be on here. I have a beard now again.
All right, exactly. Oh well.
Doc, you're gonna have to get you a fake beard.
A fake. Technically, I have a fake beard. It falls off. It doesn't. I can't get it to stay on properly. So it's a hideous thing. So you never see me with it. It's
He's got the
Velcro strips.
Yeah, well, I got it, but the beard is also black. So I got to work on a green beard that will, match my hair and whatnot. But let's spoil the crap out of that Boba Fett. Let's talk Boba Fett. That's why I came on because as much as I love, Brett, Jesse, and Larry, they don't know squat about Star Wars. Heck, they barely know anything about superheroes, and they do a superhero spoiler stream. Don't get me started on those guys' lack of Marvel knowledge. It is sad. It is sad. But anyway, I gave the show a B-.
It's no worse than Mark. Mark literally his whole entire knowledge is nothing but the movies. So anytime you try, like I'll never forget, we were watching Infinity War. When Hulk falls through the Sanctor, and I was like, that's supposed to be Silver Surfer. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, that's how Civil War starts. That's Silver Surfer. He's like, what's Civil War? That was a Captain America movie. I was like, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about right now.
Civil War was a whole series, bro. Like that was a long comic series.
If you were in the theater, you'd be like, excuse me, but please move 2 seats down. Okay? I don't know you.
He's got COVID.
Exactly. He's got COVID.
Yeah, he's got COVID.
Usher, he's got corona. Take him out.
Dude, I'm glad though, because when you saw the trailer, you're like, maybe, but I'm glad that and it's funny because I agree. It was supposed to be, it should have been an hour long, but they don't want to get into the action yet. So I was expecting a longer episode, but they had to tell the story, dude. They had so many nerdy fans wanted to know how he got out of the pit.
Well, the thing for me, that the time length of the show is clearly so they can sell it into syndication. So clearly,
well, that's what I was saying. If you take everything that Disney Plus has done as a show, it is really cool how they've broken it apart. But you would be just as happy as if they were like, here's a 4-hour movie.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, I watched the Snyder Cut one sitting. I didn't be like, yo, we got time. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, intermission my ass. Next part, please.
No, people got mad at me when I gave opinions on the Snyder Cut, but I actually haven't fully watched it through in one shot. I've seen it bits and pieces because I watched it late at night and I fell asleep. But I did like it. I'm just not a huge DC dude. But
they needed that guy if they wanted for an overall story. Otherwise, if you don't have the Snyder Cut, all of the movies are their own separate thing. They're all there's nothing really. This brought it all together. You're like, oh, so that did in this movie, and that did in this. It all brought it all together. the
Well,
Snyder
that's the
Cut
thing.
did, but that's the problem with the whole thing. It's just like,
But that's the thing is people got mad at me because I said I'm like, well, shame on DC for not doing that from the start. You know, like that's why Marvel kicks their rear end when it comes to the box office. And
oh yeah,
then all the DC fans went crazy on me. And it's like, hey, I'm not hating on it, but they didn't do that properly. You know, like
yeah. That way, even unknown properties like a Shang-Chi blows it out of the park.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere.
I'll be honest
they
with
got
you,
an overarching thing. It's all part of the whole story. So
I've been a huge comic fan since the early 90s. And I have over 6,000 comics upstairs.
Yeah.
When Shang-Chi came out, I was like, who in the hell is that? I kind of knew of him, but all I knew was him from the Kung Fu Master books. And I never read any of those because they just never intrigued me at all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As an Asian person, when they said Shang-Chi, I rolled my eyes so hard. I had to go see the doctor. I was just like, doctor, you need to help me get my eyes back because, oh my God, did you hear about Shang-Chi?
Yo,
He's an Asian guy. He's an Asian guy that does karate in robes. Like, how much other racist?
Exactly. So then they had to make this
movie was
whole
so
10
good.
rings thing, so they'd be like, there, now you've got superpowers. You got the 10 rings.
The only thing that could have made that more racist if they would have gave him a bowl of rice or something.
And there was too much spoken Chinese in that movie too.
It was like Sonic the Hedgehog mixed with Saturday morning vintage kung fu.
Oh yeah, the action sequences were out of this world. They were fantastic.
They were dope,
all of them.
You know what they reminded me of though? All the Shang-Chi fighting reminded me of that new Mortal Kombat movie. Like the fighting styles of it.
Yeah.
Like they done their research and they knew how to do martial arts, but it's like the extra, I guess, way they brung certain elements to it to like have like earth elements and stuff like that was really cool. But the whole movie itself was like, I'll be honest with you, I watched that movie twice now, and the only scene that really sticks out is him beating the shit out of Razor Fist on the bus.
I watched it a few times when it first came out. I've seen it like 7-8 times because I was shocked. I told people, I was like, I knew it would be good because it's Marvel, but I didn't expect it to be that good because it's like you said, it was one of those comics that was just like, oh, it's there, but I don't really know much about it.
Right. Well, they totally flipped the character on his head. So it's like, oh, it's a whole retelling. And that's the good thing about a lot of the MCU movies. It's like, let's retell this character. We are not the standard Marvel universe. We're one of the, we're one of the variant universes. And so we can have similarities, but yet things are different. Everything is different. As much as things are the same, they are all different. So they like reimagined the character and, we're like, boom. Just like they reimagined the Mandarin,
To go back to these.
The Mandarin, they have a huge opportunity to make a big thing here. I just wish that if they were going to make the Mandarin as big as they are, or like how they could, I really wish they wouldn't have killed off Iron Man.
Dude, he was so great though in that. Like, I loved Shang-Chi because he appeared in that, dude. I was like, yo, they brought Ben Kingsley in here again, and he's like, that little like animal. He's like, you can see him too. That part was dope. Yeah, well, yeah, he's like, you can see him. I thought I was crazy. Like,
right. Well, Shang-Chi's father was, like they called me the Mandarin. At one point he was the Mandarin. Use that name. But I'm hoping that the sister, now that she's taken over the evil organization, she'll become the Mandarin.
Yeah, I think they'll do that just because of like the women in power movement. Now they've got now that Hawkeye's over, they're doing the Echo series with
not even interested at this point. I'm like me.
Of her or the Hawkeye?
Echo, just because I'm just like a girl with a robot leg. Whoopee, I'm just like I don't care. I just don't
She's like the
I just don't care. There's nothing that me to care. I just like whatever.
She's like the exact opposite Daredevil.
Kinda, but it's like Donald Spencer. They're like, oh look, these are the villains that are gonna be in our show because a lot of times the villains define a bad good guy. So if she's got good villains, it could all of a sudden be like, oh wow, I care a lot.
Dude, I gotta admit,
because then all of a sudden she'll become somebody or something. But back to Boba Fett.
Hold on real quick.
Really quick though, before we get off the Hawkeye thing. the end of the I know it was supposed to be cheesy, but
Yeah.
I grew up around Broadway, New York, and that at the end of Hawkeye, I
Loved it.
something,
Loved it.
I wanted something juicy, and then
I
That
they
was
give,
the best part of the whole show. What are you talking about?
they
I
give me
loved
that
it.
cheese.
I love that
You-
whole musical number. I wanted to see the rest of the show. I'm like, all
Oh
right.
hell no, man! That made me
You
cringe. I
get
was
your,
like,
you got to think you just seen one of the biggest, I guess, comic things that happens in Kingpin's whole thing when he goes blonde.
yeah, but I saw Spider-Man and Broadway when they did it. It was like Cirque du Soleil Spider-Man and everything. So like I saw actual Marvel Broadway, and that was just like it was dope.
What I think they should do is recast and redo the Marvel movies with the characters who played them in that play.
Yeah.
I know they were going for the cheese factor, but it was just like I don't know. It didn't. I wanted something juicy to set up the next thing.
So before we get back to this Boba Fett, I got a question. How well do you pay attention to like the breakdowns of all these shows and everything?
Not much.
Have you seen Spider-Man yet?
Yeah.
Did you watch the end credit scene?
Yeah.
So did you notice that when he walks up to Scarlet, that she's got that orange portal behind her that looks like the TVA door?
No.
Well, that's a good sign.
She's got a orange square portal behind her that looks like a TVA door, and it's when he walks up to her and she says, "I'm really sorry about Westview." So I'm wondering if them coming to get Wanda for her screwing up Westview to put her back in like some kind of TVA, and Doctor Strange interfering is not what starts this multiverse problem.
That could be it. They're also saying though at the end of Wanda, like she's trying to correct things at the end. She was trying to like get rid of all mutants in the world too, and that they're saying that might be how they're.
That's how the comic started with House of M. She tried to they tried to get her. Basically, they brainwashed her to kill all the mutants.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is if they do that storyline, it'll be the same thing as Civil War with Infinity, or they'll have to change that because that whole House of M was the House of M had all the bad X-Men good and all the good X-Men bad.
Yeah,
Magneto was running the show, and with them not including X-Men in that, I have no idea how they would do that.
I got that. I have the Omni book of that right here, like the huge series. That's a dope series, bro. In the comics, like really dope. Everything's flipped upside down. Apocalypse is in it. Apocalypse was in that series. Like,
well, because to me, at the end of the WandaVision thing, all the magic she wasn't casting some get rid of all mutants. That's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. She had just received the Darkhold. She was learning about the Darkhold. So that was all Darkhold. Look, let me use some Darkhold, whatever. Figure that out. And it's just like, give me a break. We still have to go through the whole Wanda was controlled by Immortus that made her do all those things that she did in Westview. Just like anytime Wanda does something bad, she is controlled by somebody. You people do read the comic books. So it's like everybody's like Kang the Conqueror. Kang the Conqueror is a red herring. Immortus is... Oh my God, he's the bad guy that, like, every single time Kang gets all too crazy, who steps in? Who takes Kang out? Immortus. Immortus does. So it's just like, come on, people, just exactly.
Do you not think
I'm just
that
like,
was
no,
Immortus?
no, and then just like the whole idea of the whole multiverse is like there are 6. What's his name? The whole he who sits at the end, or whatever you want to call him, that guy. That before he becomes Kang. There are 6 timelines that are running simultaneously right now. That is the multiverse. So when the whole thing is broken by Loki, that's when we get more than the 6 universes. That's why when the Loki show runs, they have the 6 titles, the 6 different versions of Loki, because there are 6 universes running around. How else do you cull people like the Loki with the horns or the girl Loki, unless those universes are running and there are bad versions of that. So she's just a version of the female Loki in a Loki universe that is running simultaneously alongside the other one. So the whole multiverse is already there. It gets broken in Loki. Okay. It gets even broken even more. It gets kind of like tangled up by Doctor Strange in the Spider-Man movie. So that, so it's like, it's all people now in the universe know about the whole multiverse because of that instance. So now we go into Doctor Strange's movie and we'll have there'll be more variants. They'll be walking around. Like we already know there's going to be the evil Doctor Strange or whatever. So we got to get into that whole. We got to get into all of that. You know,
they're going to bring in supposedly some of the Fantastic Four. I mean, they're bringing it back, obviously, but
Marvel owns the rights to Fantastic Four now.
Yeah, it was Stan Lee's baby, but there was rumors they were going to leak a little bit into the Doctor Strange stuff, is how they were. So, but I don't know.
The end of Venom proves that every Marvel show, whether it's made by Sony, whether it's made by Joe Bob, whether it's on TV, is a variant universe. Is a variant universe. It's part of the multiverse.
Well,
all of it's canon in its own universe now. So
I was going to ask you
one of the reasons why they do that.
Anybody.
I think one of the big reasons they do that is because of the simple fact that if they right now they're at a point with such high level characters like Wanda and all them, and especially Doctor Strange now that you're seeing his true magic, that there's a point where if they screw up and do something wrong, all they have to do is really just create somebody that reverses it or say that it happened in a different timeline.
Dude, and that's a writer's dream. That is a writer's dream to be able to just go flip-flop back and forth with the dimensions and timeline. It makes it so much easier.
As what is rolling right now, the only two that go together are Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, just because in the blip, they're the two that have been working the entire time. They never got blipped. So the entire 5 years that went away, they were still here.
No, Doctor Strange was on that alien planet and went bye-bye. He vanished.
I was going to ask you guys what you thought
came
about
back
that
during the Spider-Man to show the he's still here type thing.
I was going to ask you guys what you thought about the end of Venom, because it's obviously leading up to him going head-to-head with Spider-Man. And then
Andrew Garfield supposedly signed for another movie, and I think Venom's going to be in the Andrew Garfield side of it. Because it'll be when he does this, it'll mean that all three Spider-Mans have all had a trilogy.
Oh, yo, speaking of Boba Fett, you guys, this thing, and it's hard to get this thing now. The Enemy of the Empire. Dope.
Well, what is that?
Boba Fett, Enemy of the Empire. It was it's an old, I think it's Dark Horse. Yeah, it's Dark Horse, Lucasfilm, Lucas Books. It's trade paperback where he goes ahead. Like Vader hires him to do some shady stuff, but it's a sick story. And the art is cool. It's not as advanced as it is today, but it's really cool. It's just hard to find. It's a dope book, Enemy of the Empire. I want to get the trade paperback of the new Bounty Hunter series that Marvel did. That's one of the new comics that they actually nailed. So people say that it's a good story. So,
it covers all those bounty hunters from the bounty hunter meeting aboard the Executor.
Except for me, I wasn't in the meeting.
I just want this dude back, Dr. Doom. I want him back so bad. And they're going to leak him in. Supposedly he's going to be one of the two like big Thanos type villains in the MCU. But
I think what they're going to end up doing is they're going to continue to add villains into a major one. I think the next big one we're going to see is Galactus.
Yeah. There's a few of
that. There are hints in Eternals because they got to have a space group, you know.
Yeah.
Because the Guardians is only going to be one more movie, and then boom, nobody in outer space. So we need some kind of space superhero team to kind of like.
Well, see, this would be
along, you know.
I understand they've already done Venom and everything else, and they can say that's all in a different universe. But right now, and it would be backtracking comic history wise. Don't get me wrong, I know that. But you know how perfect they have a chance right now to bring back somehow Reed Richards and have him and Tom Holland or Peter Parker go to the outer planet and him find the symbiote and give it to him so he can help breathe, and that's how Venom is created. I mean,
at the end of that movie, that little tiny bit of Venom was left behind when Venom went back. So
yeah, but I don't. There's a lot of.
We already have a little symbiote here, so now we just got to wait to see if it becomes the Venom or if it crawls around looking for Peter Parker.
Yeah,
because it could do that too. It could just slide around.
That is true.
3, 4, 5 years later, all of a sudden, at last I found Peter. Drop on.
Yeah, check this out. This is the series I was telling you about, the Marvel series Bounty Hunters. Yeah, and this is a variant cover because Boba. This is expensive. This is actually $9 on the stand the day it came out.
I want some Dan Bosk action.
But he's in here. But that's the thing. I want to read the whole series. I only have the first issue because it was a variant. This thing's already worth a ton of money.
Ever since that, well, but Family Guy did that. They did that whole "get the hell out of my bounty hunter" meeting to Bosk. They had to leave. I'm like, I want more, Bosk. I want more. So I'm just like, yeah.
That's the thing in Legends. Everyone's upset because Legends Dengar was the dude who saved Boba Fett from the pit, took him out, and then they actually made a comic where he went to Dengar's wedding, his galactic wedding, diaper head wedding.
Was he still wearing the headscarf at the wedding?
Yeah, the diaper on his head, and it was a whole thing, and like. That's the thing they had in this first Boba Fett. They had to kind of get rid of that and retell the story. So a lot of fans, we just had to get it out of the way. I think it's going to get juicy. Like next week, he's obviously like the mayor obviously sent those dudes because right when the dude came to pay tribute and he's like, well, actually you owe us tribute. The mayor's not going to be happy. And he's like, he said right there, that dude was like, you're going to end up, I think the mayor, you're going to end up seeing him again. Or I forget what the line was, but he was basically saying.
He pretty much said, you're going to regret.
These dudes are going to come kick your ass. Yeah. And then that's what happened.
And then that's when the Power Rangers appeared.
Yeah. So
the Power
Rangers. So by the way, like to keep on this Star Wars thing. So when we first started watching Star Wars as it was coming out, everything was lasers and lightsabers. Why is it now everybody has some kind of cattle prod rod?
Yeah, or
everything's electricity on the end of a stick now.
Exactly, or a shock knife. Like even Mando's blade has like Mando's blade. You see has that like electrical power and stuff to it. It's like,
well, the Magna Guards had that, and as a producer, I'm just like, yo, can we add an effect? That's what it is. A lot of that extra crap is just because the producer's standing there going, "Cool, add an effect."
Yeah,
I love. All right, fine. Let me put some other thing on there.
I love how the writers though always do those little hints, like when you were talking about Boba Fett and his jetpack, and everyone was mad because he went out of the jet. But then in Mando, and when he fights the Great Dragon, they do the same thing to Cobb Vanth. It's like a little tie back to the old show, like the old movie. How he took his jetpack and he popped it.
Yeah,
remember that? At the end of Mando, it's like totally. They do that on purpose. They start taking, and you notice in the new Boba Fett series, there's a lot of that happens. When his helmet comes down, the airtight seal, like the Vader helmet, like
I know. It's like the first time. It's like, oh, so you pretend like that stormtrooper helmet is sealed too. All right,
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah,
but I'm like that.
The Raiders go a little far sometimes.
I was just disappointed. I was hoping that the whole series was going to be about from the Sarlacc pit to the moment he meets the Mando, so that everybody was waiting for all those scenes that we saw. That's season 2. From the preview, they're all like, "That's season 2." Everything that's going to happen this season, you ain't seen none of it because it's all going to be about his past, how he gets from the Sarlacc pit all the way to meeting up with the Mando, and then be like, boom, and then season 2 could take place, right from there where he takes over.
They're definitely going to sprinkle Mando into it. They're definitely.
It's going to go back and forth. Oh yeah, it's going to go back and forth all the way.
No, Legion's right.
Because we got to learn more. We got to learn more about him. Way more about him.
Shout out to Legion. It is now we're officially in the last day of the year. Well, I am. You're not yet, Doc, but I am.
No, the West Coast, the only coast. Yeah, we're not there yet.
Yo, bro, I'm shocked though, because usually when you guys have snow like that, I'm probably gonna get it in a week. It's gonna blow across the Great Lakes and coming to me. But I'm jealous too, because usually when I put in the comments on your Instagram, like I love it when there's a huge snowstorm and the streets are just dead quiet. You feel like it's ghost town. You know the
especially
feeling.
Especially after 8 o'clock, it's like, oh yeah, I can walk down the middle of the street anywhere.
Dude, I've taken
downtown Seattle. You could go downtown Seattle and
dude, I've taken my quad onto the highway, dude, and it's just like, like peace out. Like even the highway's dead. And New Englanders, they don't care in the snow. They'll drive all crazy. They don't care.
You guys are ready for it. You guys also have it. It's like when I was in Pittsburgh for the winter time and people were like honking their horn at me like, yo, dude, do the speed limit, because, they're getting sanded. They're getting iced. Everything is getting done all the time. And they drive in it for 3.5 months a year. So people are used to it. Where up here in Seattle, it's like, it's a snow event. It's like, shut down the city. It's on a hill. Shut the city down. Shut this.
Everybody buy milk and bread.
Exactly. So that's what happened here. And so, and now we've had it for 4 days now. It's like Snowmageddon.
But no, you guys are up there. Colorado's getting nailed. They're all getting nailed. But that's the thing. It's gonna in a week. I'll be happy because it's gonna hit me the after effect. Like, time to go out.
Oh yeah, you get that huge flake lake effect snow. We get the tiny. We get the tiny off the ocean. Half frozen snow.
meanwhile, here in North Carolina, it's 75 degrees outside.
Yeah, right.
All right, lucky for you.
Dude, like I told you before, my ex-fiance, she lives down there now still, like with down there. And I used to, her stepfather, he did like all the stonework for like Duke, and he did UNC. He inherited the company. He comes from a lot of wealth. But he was so humble, you wouldn't even tell. He was just a straight Southern dude, like cool. But dude, he had a runway in his backyard. He lived on this, it was like a golf fairway, but there was 12 houses, and they all had little like hangars with little tiny planes, but like antiques, expensive ones. He had one from like World War II in there. They put me up in it with it had no dome. It was a biplane with no, like Charlie Brown. I was freaking out. But he would take off from his backyard. It was nuts. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, there's a ton of communities down here like this. I was like, for real?
Yeah, there's a guy down the street that has a helicopter. He just takes it off and he lands in his backyard. It's like, whatever.
His name is Trump.
No, it's not. And it's a tiny little two-seater. It's a tiny little helicopter. You would be like, I am not getting in that.
When he took me up in this thing, it was I was in the back, and you have to have the headset on to hear each other because it's open. You're up in the air.
All the noise, the wind, everything.
Yeah. And you look down, and it's like literal nuts and bolts. Like this thing was made like in the World War II era, so it's a little freaky.
You can see the bolts slowly start rotating backward.
I know. Like being in a little Cessna, you realize how thin the metal is. You're like,
yeah.
Oh my God.
He told me
he could die at any minute.
he's like, don't touch the stick, because I guess the stick in the back is connected to the stick in the front, and it was in case the dude got shot in the front in the war, exactly. The dude in the back could take over. But it's like, he's like, spread your legs. And it's like, dude, the stick is going wild between my legs and the back. And I'm like, what did I get myself into, man? Like, it was
Nut
crazy.
shot.
And then he would
land the plane now. Land now.
And then he would buzz the runway. He thought he was funny. He'd buzz the runway. You think you've been on a roller coaster with in your chest, man? I thought I was going to die, dude. Like, oh, man. North Carolina, man. You guys with the flight stuff, man. Crazy.
I've only been in an airplane like maybe 3 times.
Dude,
For
they
reals?
actually
Do what?
For reals?
Yeah.
I mean, I've flown in all kinds of aircraft. My favorite is there's like a 12. It's like a 12-seater that you can take from Seattle to Portland. And because of all the international flights, because Portland International and Seattle International,
yeah, it's like a puddle.
You're in this tiny little plane. It's like, okay, so the flight is just like this.
Yeah. I've been in the little puddle jumper.
And then like that. It's just kind of like, because they got to avoid all the other traffic. So it's like you head straight up and then straight down. The flight's like 20 minutes. You're like, what the? They're like, yeah, we're not serving drinks. We don't do anything. Keep your seatbelts on the entire time. Here we go.
Those are bumpy rides too in those little puddle jumpers.
Oh, God, yeah. You feel every last thing. And the worst thing is it started to snow. It's just like, oh my God, no.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I don't like to fly at all, but I've done it. Obviously, I went up in that crazy plane. I don't know why I did that, but it was fun.
I love passenger planes are fine, especially nowadays, because you can actually, when you're picking a flight, you be like, I want this kind of a plane. Because I hate flying in DCs. They are death traps. I would rather fly in a Boeing plane. Although I don't know about the new one with the crazy robot that likes to crash into the ground, but
Oh yeah, where did that
happen to land? No,
they have different ways that because there's like what the DC planes is like. Okay, they get at the end of the runway. The guy puts all the brakes on and then ramps up the power, and then the entire plane sits there and it shakes all crazy, and then he releases the brake, and then the plane, zoom, you get into the air. A Boeing airplane gets at the end of the runway and just goes at faster along the runway and then goes into the air.
Yeah,
so that is so I always pick Boeing. I'm like, check, no DC. Because I mean, all the cabins, the things overhead of you are all shaking. The things look like it's about to fly apart. And it's just like, no, we're not even off the ground yet. No.
Dude, that's like what I said when I went up into that World War II crap. Like I'm like, what did I just get myself into, man? Because I'm looking down and it's like, I'm thinking of the guy who made this thing in a factory, because I could see every nut head and bolt and everything.
I know, like, and you can also see the ground too, because you're actually, because normally in a big plane you can't see the ground because there's too much of the plane in the way. But this you can on my show.
I'm not kidding. It was like a Charlie Brown like open cockpit, red bear, and like it was nuts.
Did they at least give you that leather helmet to wear, or it was just like, no, dude? Good luck.
Yeah,
Put your
'cause,
baseball cap on backward.
No, it actually he had one that had headphones built into it. So yeah,
Yeah, because the air gets cold up there. Your head's gonna freeze. That's why they wore
yeah, it
that.
was in the summer and it was
leather
cold.
cap.
Yeah,
Oh
It's
god,
like
yeah,
a
you think
it's a bicycle helmet with the under the chin strap.
yeah. So did you
That
get
was
everything? The Boba Fett. Did you get everything you wanted in the Boba Fett? I was just like, I don't know. At one point, I was just like,
the only
I
thing
feel like this is filmed on a soundstage.
this is what I told Stud. So the whole time we watched Star Wars growing up and everything else, they keep coming out with all these movies. Boba Fett was a badass, but he was killed in a really bitch way. They made him go out like a bitch.
Wow.
And then you had him
It was made for kids. They just had to get rid of him. There was like,
well, they also weren't planning on bringing him back like this either. But yeah,
because that was the final movie. It was like, we're done. Yay, rat's a wrap.
Then you have the Mandalorian come along, and the Mandalorian's supposed to be like the most badass person in the country or the world, whatever universe. So then you turn him into a babysitter pretty much, and then they introduce Boba Fett again. Well, Boba Fett all of a sudden has got like more balls than he ever has, and just starts whipping the shit out of everyone. And maybe maybe we see why he's like that now. But I mean, he was literally like in the Mandalorian, he beat the shit out of everyone. Like when he had that little Tusken Raider stick and he just went to town, and now they're showing him to where he's like getting the shit beat out of him by Jawas and little Tusken Raiders and everything else. I don't see how that, like, I don't know. I thought that episode could have been a lot, and maybe it's just because it's the intro.
He's still, right.
Well, he was weak.
He's still a weak, yeah. He just cut out of the Sarlacc pit, which I was like, because they already told us in that one when they threw him in there that had the weakest acid for in the universe because it takes 1,000 years for you to digest down there.
Yeah.
So I already knew that it was like, okay, what's he gonna do? Fire the missile off, and so it was like, okay, let me use my flamethrower, and then I'll crawl out.
That's the thing they're really showing, because you saw how those only guards had to drag him back because he's weak. He can't, like, he has to keep going in the tank and healing. Like they showed, he was all scarred up when he came out of the pit, and then you see him in the tank and he's not as scarred up. But he's talking about having the dreams again. Like, so he needs that tank, like kind of like a drug addict to get off. He's like trying to like get himself back. So it's he's weak, definitely. But
right. Well, we'll find out why he needs the tank all the time. But I mean, he did crawl out of the Sarlacc pit. Then he's gotten beaten up. Now he's on, he's on the surface of Tatooine. He doesn't have a tent, so he has to suffer the ravages of the sun day in. Then freeze his ass off at night, tied to a stick. No food. He finally got a drink of water. It's after 2 days or whatever. So it's like, yeah, he's pretty freaking weak. So yeah, I can understand that little kid just dragging him around by a rope because, like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Where are you gonna go? That's the thing. It's like, where are you gonna go? Nowhere. You have, so he's accepted his fate.
That's one thing that bothered me with those little water pods. They set it up in Mandalorian,
made no sense.
like it's some nasty thing in Mandalorian, and now it's just fresh water. Like, come on, like. And why are you digging them up? I mean, that's kind of cool that they're buried, and like it could be some like underground sand plant in Tatooine, but it's like, dude, why are you digging these things up?
Right. Well, that's just like that. The creature that jumps up. I'm like, okay. All of a sudden, it has 4 arms that work like regular 4 arms, and all of a sudden you climb on its back, and it's like, I'm sorry, but I can scratch my back. I can reach back there. I got 4 arms. They don't act like I can't pull you off my back. It was just like, I'm like, really?
Dude, that thing looked like it was like,
look, and I live in the sand. Why don't I dive into this? It's just like, they were just kind of like, give me a break. But, he had to earn the respect of the sand people in order to survive out there. And that explains how he was able to use that gaffy stick and just whip some butt, with it.
Well, that was one thing I didn't understand was when he came, after he killed that guy, or the 4-armed creature, he came back and all the Tusken Raiders were basically telling them that they did it, not him.
Right, the little kid. I did it. Look at me.
Yeah, but the leader obviously knew what went on and gave him the drink of water. But it was like he still kept him as a prisoner at that point.
Oh, God, yes. Heck yeah. Haven't you ever watched the Indian movies or whatever? It's just kind of like, well done, Paleface. But yeah, tie him back to the stick.
Dude, that is cool that they made
makes perfect sense.
It's cool that they gave the Tusken Raiders like a different tribe, and we saw like kids and like some maybe females. And usually they're just all the same, and it was like, I mean, obviously it's to sell more toys as well. That's part of it. If people think that's crazy.
Well, I just love that scene where they're like, he's down on the ground, and then the 5 of them are standing there, and I'm just kind of like, this is that Knights of Ren moment we didn't get.
Yeah,
It was just
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
just look at them. Just like, you guys are badass. Yeah, kill him, beat him up. Yeah, yeah, like, yeah, show him what skills you got. I was just like loving it. It was like, yes, I love you guys. I love you guys.
Yeah, that was cool. I like that part. But
And then I love the whole daimyo. So that like you be a the whole samurai thingy. That they like the whole, because instead of calling it a clan leader or a clan chief, that one dude's like, well, if you want to become one of the daimyos. So I'm hoping, because like the Mandalorian is more of the lone gunfighter, pew 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 pew.
yeah,
I'm hoping Boba Fett is the lone samurai. I mean, he's got his sidekick. What's her name? Fennec.
yeah,
But
Fennec,
I'm hoping he's more stoic, more samurai. I hope this is more Seven Samurai than Magnificent Seven.
I'm gonna
Even though one inspired the other,
I bet she betrays him.
Fennec?
yeah, dude. It's
Fennec.
what's the dude's name? That got smoked. The wannabe Han Solo that man was smoked in that Tatooine episode.
Wannabe Han Solo.
The dude who shot Fennec in the stomach in the Mando.
Oh, I can't. Okay.
Yeah, whatever. But watch that dude come back. Watch, he'll be buried in the sand, and he just pops up like a zombie. Like, I'm back. That would be crazy.
So the Mandalorian had the whole we invite a comedian to play a character. Is there anything like that you think they're going to do for like Boba Fett? Be like, hey.
I definitely think there's going to be especially now the fact that I guess everybody is on board with Star Wars like they really weren't before The Mandalorian. Before The Mandalorian, everybody was hating it because of the trilogy.
Right. Well, because Kathleen Kennedy, we hate her. It's like she approves the good and the bad. Just
I talk about her bad, but she made Rogue One, which was good, or helped make it. So
hello, she gave thumbs up to the Mando. She was like, "Yo, Dave, go crazy," So it's like, "Hello, you think gave her the thumbs up?" Her.
I think that now that we've seen The Mandalorian and we have like all the older people who had the flashbacks of the original trilogy characters, I think we're going to see all the Jabba characters now, like, or at least the same species, which we've known about in the trailer at least.
Hashtag, I want some Rod of the Hutt. I want some Rod of the Hutt wanting revenge.
Yeah, I'll take all
Jabba's son. Jabba's son's alive. It's just kind of like, and then that Filoni loves bringing everything back together, just like my most fervent Star Wars wish is a sequel, a direct sequel to the Christmas special, because they would take it seriously. They would. We could finally have a real Star Wars Christmas special, and it's
live
just
action.
Exactly. If they would do it right. It would not be stupid. It would not be like, oh my God, this is the dumbest thing ever. This would be like, yo, kids, gather around every year. We watch the Star Wars Christmas special.
Dude, it's funny.
We go to Kashyyyk. We have the Life Day thing.
I don't think you'll ever see that.
Dude, it's funny because I always used to tell people, I'm like, bro, those specials, the Ewok, the Caravan of Courage, and the Ewok, the Battle on Endor, were canon. They've always been canon. They made DVDs of them, and people would argue me, and I'm like, bro, I used to work for Star Wars, for Lucasfilm, before Disney bought it. I know those are canon. I have the DVDs.
Unless, like, technically, anything that appears on screen is canon. It's like, as much as you don't want it to be added to the canon, it is. And they acknowledged Life Day in Mandalorian, so I'm just kind of like, hello.
Well, dude, and then when they put it on. When they put those on Disney Plus under the vintage section, I was like, see, it's canon. They put it on Disney Plus. Like, those are canon. Like,
exactly. And Favreau was like, as much as like it was a train wreck. It was a train wreck. People worked hard on that show. And so Favreau doesn't poop on people. That was hard work. And so I feel like he should acknowledge it, raise it up, create a sequel, and be all like, boom, here we are. Let's do this thing. Let's do it right. Let's bring in the kids. Let's just, this is Disney.
I love
it's like,
I have the holiday special. I have the holiday special Boba figure right here, pad printed, dope on Lego. The only thing that his blaster should be like pink and orange or whatever it should be.
Yeah, but that cartoon was hysterical. It was good. It was
no
good.
Figure though. This figure they put like you see the gold or yellowish. They did a good job with the figure.
Well, yeah, and then the Mandalorian, they pulled out that rifle that was only seen in that Boba Fett cartoon from the holiday special. So I'm just like, come on, Favreau, give me my damn Christmas special.
Yeah, I would be happy with it, dude. I was watching the other day. I was watching Caravan of Courage again. There's famous actors in that too. Like the dude who plays the father is a famous actor. He's in a ton of movies.
Oh my God, yes.
He's the principal from the Molly Ringwald movie. That famous what's that with all the high school kids? He plays the
Pretty in Pink. No, the Breakfast Club.
He plays the principal. You know, like that dude's famous. He's a good actor.
There's only one unforgivable thing, and that's when Harvey Korman pours that drink into the top of his head. That is the only moment that cannot be repeated. But other than that, it's like, yeah, I know she sang that song.
Plus in Mando, those I'm a horrible Star Wars fan for even actually when I used to work for them. I'm embarrassed to not know the name of those things that are in the they brought them in Mando when he had to learn how to ride them. Those are from the Christmas special and those
the Bantha?
Oh my God.
The
two-legged. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed that I don't know the name.
I know. Nick Nolte rode one.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But those things, dude, those came
Blurg.
Yeah, those came from Caravan of Courage and the Battle on Endor. That's the first time they were ever in there.
That's right. I'm like, all those silly properties that people don't like. It's like Favreau's like, yo, people worked on those. People worked hard on those. Boom. Canon. Hate them as much as you want, but it's like, hello, you got to take the good with the bad, the silly with the serious. It is Star Wars after all, made for kids. Adults come along, but made for kids.
I appreciate the sequels. I love all Star Wars for what it is. It's just people hate on it. I know it's generational. It's a generational thing. So, but I love the whole specials. You know, Doc, when we were little kids, we didn't. It was like you got that was gold to you because it's like, man. Like,
exactly. It's just like another Star Wars thing. Because otherwise it was like, well, Star Wars came out and that was it. There was no like, hey, rumors of Empire Strikes Back. And there was nothing. So when all of a sudden they were like, exactly. So when they were like, hey, how about this Christmas special? You were like, I am down in front of the TV. Bring it. I do not care how dumb it is. It's Star Wars. More. Now I can click on the internet and be like, okay, I get 50 billion Star Wars things. But this back in the day, I mean, come on.
That's all we had, man. And those Wookiees, I admit, in the Star Wars special are kind of a joke, but it's fun. Like, I mean, Chewie's wife or his mother or whatever she's supposed to be, it's like, wow. You look like a Sesame Street reject. Like,
don't say
that. I've been so sucked into the Dark Crystal on Netflix, man. Oh, dude.
The new one? Did you see the original movie? You watch the new series?
I love the original. I watched the new series finally, and it's all done with old school techniques. There's a little CGI.
I thought they moved kind of funny. It was just kind of like.
They committed to that though. They wanted to do it the old way. So
and Beard, yo, chill or turn that microphone down. Something you're killing me over here.
Yeah, it is loud.
In fact, Legion is all like, "You Richard, what are you doing?" Just say it.
He's like, I got a 10-foot building. I don't care.
Exactly. I'm like, he's digging for a 1x1 stud piece. He's not gonna find in there. Just stop. Take it off the Millennium Falcon. Just be done.
I'm still waiting for that Millennium Falcon to come crashing down.
Is it on just the regular stand that it came with, or does it even come with the stand?
No, it doesn't come with a stand. It's on a Technic stand. I found instructions on how to build. I mean, it holds it pretty sturdy, but it was really sketchy to put it on there. It was not fun.
Well, there's that $200 stand you can buy that allows you to mount it on the wall.
Are you talking about the Wicked Brick thing?
I don't know. That was the one Emily bought, so that it hangs behind her. It was $200 for the stand.
I thought that was just on the shelf.
It's on some stand thing, so it won't fall. It could be an earthquake, and it's either her or no. Wait, it was Chris. No, not Chris. What's his name? The English guy. He's got it behind him. It glows. I can't remember. He spent 200 pounds. Excuse me, 200 pounds on it.
Yo, when London Bridge Brick said that the other day, he's like, "Oh, I have a giveaway, 100 pounds of brick." I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a dump truck, buddy. I want 100 pounds of brick. I'll come right there right now." He needs money.
He needs a gift card.
I was like, "Dude, in America, bro, you can't say that because it's 100 pounds."
Well, I'm gonna head off, guys.
All right, dude.
It's 12:45 a.m. here.
I'm like, wait a minute, we can't just say goodbye to him. This is his stream. All right, chat. See you later. I guess it's over.
Well, I think the only one watching right now besides us is Legion.
Oh, okay.
Legion's a trooper, dude.
Mostly everybody on my time zone pieces out sometime around 12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not me. I'm on Cali time, but I'm on East Coast time, but I run on Cali time. So,
But I'll see y'all later. I'll talk to y'all probably
Later, man.
probably Sunday on Hive Stream.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Brick World.
Y'all take it easy.
Later,
All
guys.
right. Bye,
See ya,
chatters.
Later,
See you,
chat.
Legion. See you, Doc. See you, Stud.